This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning and welcome to the western fringes of the great Kruger National Park. It's glorious here in the sunrise. It's quite crisp and you are on the world's biggest live safari. I hope everyone is very well this morning or evening or afternoon, wherever you happen to find yourselves in the world. The sun came up about 15 minutes ago and we're sitting here on the clearings just outside our camp, hoping to hear some form of alarm call from an animal that's seen a predator perhaps, or even just the gentle sounds of the dawn. My name is James Hendry. On camera today we have got Theo, who's not island style anymore for some reason, and our plan is to head down towards the south of the reserve and see if perhaps the hounds haven't come in. There also were reports of mating leopards on our dam cam yesterday evening, so we'll hang locally just briefly to start with. Please do talk to us during the course of the show using the hashtag, oh there's a hyena, using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. Alternatively, you can use the YouTube chat stream, or you can use, that thing is looking at something, or you can use the chat stream on Twitch, or if you're a kid, you can use kidsquestions at wildearth.tv. That hyena is looking very, very interestedly at something. What are you looking at, hyena? Have you seen two leopards, maybe? Or even one? One will do. It is now lying down.
Sorry, check them. And then if it was then we'll check. Going back to Malaysia, I will check Jakarta access.
Hello everyone, it's an action morning. Let's enjoy that a little bit. Okay, anyway, I'm Isaac and on camera is Big James. We're gonna get you back straight, to the lions. I don't know what they're doing. These are 3 males we just came across and I don't know exactly what they're up to. They are very close to the road. Looks like they are the Mash Boys. They've crossed the river and they are very close to the Mugoro Pride. I'm going to turn the vehicle so that we can follow them for a little bit longer. They're heading towards, behind the vehicle. So just wait, let me turn the vehicle and then so we can follow them. It looks like, they're up to something. Yes, they were actually being naughty. I don't know exactly, what they thought about, but one was getting excited. Okay, here we go. We're with them. I won't disturb them, but I will follow them, nice and slowly. Hopefully they cross the road so that we don't continue following them. But, as you can see, they're very, very, very big males, fully grown. Their males are only smaller, but, they're fully grown. Okay. Yeah, let's enjoy a little bit. I don't know what they're up to, and then we're going to talk about them more. The one to the right in front looks slightly bigger and fatter, so he's been eating well. But age-wise, they look like, they're the same age. I understand, therefore, in this pride, they moved over from the other side of the river. They used to be two males here, but I think these guys kicked them out earlier this year, and these guys have taken over. They have been seen around this area for quite a few days, but this is my first time to see them. Hopefully, I'll be able to get close to them. Everybody, is squeezing for a space to see them. There's a bit of interaction between them. Now they've stopped, and everybody seems to be listening in different directions. One is on the road, the other one to the left, and the other one is to the right. We cannot show it to you because it's been obstructed. Look how healthy he is. I love that regal walk. Okay, I'm gonna try and reposition, but I'll be here.
We're sitting here with our hyena, and he doesn't look like he's that excited anymore about the prospect of some other predator from whom he might steal. He's just gone very relaxed and almost sleepy. But it is quite unusual to have a hyena like this just lying in the open for no apparent reason. Normally they'd be in relative cover. This chap's just lying out in the open. But as you can see, he doesn't seem particularly absorbed by anything going on around him. Or her. I haven't identified this hyena. I don't know who it is. Somebody will do that very shortly. So I'm just keeping an eye out. It's a very quiet dawn this morning. Some of you are wondering if he's sick. I don't know why anyone would think he was sick. I think he looks alright. Looks in fairly fine health. Certainly when standing up looked entirely healthy. He's listening to other hyenas in the distance.
While the hyena is listening to other hyenas in the distance with James, we have been lucky to find this leopard at the same spot where he was yesterday. Good morning, I'm JAPIE, and behind the camera we've got Gerrit. And welcome to And Beyond Ngala, to all our viewers, where we have the carcass that this leopard has had for the last couple of days is somewhere right within that very, very dense clump of bushes there. Now he's done a perfectly good job of hiding it. You can see I can't even see it from where I am, to be honest. You can see maybe a horn here and there. And we have a hyena here as well. Now the hyena at the moment, can't really see it that well, but it's just been waiting. And the leopard, it looks like he's quite content. I can see a really fat bulging belly. You can see he's not bothered at all by the camera or our presence at this point. I think the only thing bothering him, if I'm looking at that ear flicking, maybe a fly or two. Look at the size of that belly. Shallow breathing. And look at that very, very large black blotches on the white belly. Now while he's been filling himself up, GM, this leopard certainly does have very large spots in that particular part of the body. So we refer to their coat, or the markings on their coat, as kind of a way, we call it counter shading, where the bottom part of the animal is lighter than the top part, and that helps them to blend in within their environment. Now to break that up is those large black blotches, or the very, very large black spots. And then as it goes up, the spots break up. You can't have too large black spots, because then it will stand out quite clearly in the thick bush. Now he's just picked up his head. Something's drawn his attention. I'm not entirely sure what, but if you look at him, he's not looking in our direction. It looks like he's looking straight across the riverbed. Look at those ears moving. We can see he's just woken up. Those ears have been moving the whole time, and he's been picking up on everything in this area. So we're going to stay with him for a little while longer and see if he might decide to get up the tree to have some breakfast.
Welcome back, guys. Well, looks like our male lions have slightly slowed down. They're much more relaxed, a little bit spaced out. I have that one, and then I have this one much closer to me. The other one is still across the other side, and you cannot see it. The area we are in is called Mogoro. To my left is Mara River, only about 300 meters, but there's a very thick bush. You cannot see it. My aim this morning was to go to the river and find out exactly what's happening. Last night we had plenty of rain. This area doesn't look like it was much, and I have lost our wildebeest. I don't know where they are. So I was heading to the river to see if they crossed, but later on I'll be doing that. But for the moment, let's have fun with these male lions. In this time and date, it is very rare to come across 3 fully grown male lions in an area. Linda, thank you for your comment. Continue engaging us on #WildEarth, and we'll make it much more fun if you ask us questions. Yeah, like I said, it's such a way to start with 3 big male lions. It's not a sight that you see nowadays. I have been guiding for more than 10 years, and seeing 3 male lions is always a bonus to early morning like this. These guys, I understand they crossed the river earlier this year. They've taken over the Mogoro Pride. I'll be sharing more details about that. But at the moment, they look like they will be moving out of this area, because they're in a very open area and they were very active when I saw them. So I'm just going to sit here. Yeah, so I'm going to, tell you a little bit more about the migration. As we sit here and watch them relax. What is happening at the moment is that what we call the head, which is the first few wildebeest, are already arriving in the Mara Triangle. During the migration, they come all the way, to northern Mara, which takes about 3 months, to travel from southern Serengeti to northern Mara. They will stick around here for about 2.5, 3 months, and they'll make a long loop backwards, all the way back to the Serengeti. Okay, let's get back to these lions. Let's see what's happening. There is a lot of bonding going on this morning. Okay, as I sit here, let's enjoy some more, about the migration.
The southern plains of the Serengeti, over 1 million grazers move northwest through the western corridor, gathering along the banks of the Grumeti River. Once the chaos of the rut comes to an end, the herds gallop north once again. In time, more than 2 million animals amount to feast on the abundance the Mara has to offer. But the reward of the red oat grass does not come easy. The zebra vanguard is the first on the banks, taking the plunge into the treacherous Mara River in order to reach the untouched long grass plains on the other side. Not only must they face the turbulent waters, but also the crocodiles, gliding through the rapids in anticipation. Then comes the body of the migration, the thundering herds of the white-bearded wildebeest, with their bleats echoing through the landscape while in search for greener pastures. Hunger, so too are the lions of the Mara, who patrol the banks of the river. The risks are known, but the herds are determined. All must make the leap. Some will fall, but for the survivors, the lush greenery that awaits is bountiful. And then, as is nature's way, it comes the time to cross the river again as they continue to follow the life-giving storms and nourishing plains.
So certainly one of the world's greatest natural spectacles, the migration, and one of the world's most beautiful places, the Masai Mara. Here's another beautiful place, the Western Kruger, and that is Aquila rapax, the tawny eagle, with a very full crop, and it's been sitting around here looking for something to eat, I think. And I think we're going to spend a little bit of time on these clearings just outside of camp. Please remember to talk to us using the hashtag CGTNDigital, otherwise the hashtag WildEarth will work on Twitter. Let's go forward and just see if we can find what this eagle was eating, because it came up off the ground. Something went on here last night, but hyena being here is slightly unusual, lying out in the open. The tawny eagle, we might be too late to find whatever it is that went down here, but something happened in this area last night. I'll just find a leopard lurking in a tree, or a carcass hanging, some poor hapless prey species that met its end as darkness fell.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to yet another chilly day here in Djuma. We are just admiring the male and female battalier here, a monogamous pair clearly not ready to wake up yet. My name is Lauren, I have BK on camera, and I can't quite see from here which one's a male and which one's a female, but it's definitely the monogamous pair perched up here and waiting until it's warm enough until they can ride the thermals. Show us your face, battalier. Not a true eagle, of course. They are a type of snake eagle. And their Latin name directly translates to marvelous face, no tail, which is exactly true. They have a marvelous face and very little tail feathers. Tail is so short to allow them to have that unique way of flying. Aren't they lovely? They've probably spent most of the night here, and they'll wait until the sun gets a little bit higher because it's still very cold until they'll swoop down. Now, I'm not sure if you've had this update already from James, but apparently there's mating leopards around. So that is my mission for today. And I don't know what leopards it is, but I can speculate that it may be our princess. So that's my mission. I'm going to look and look and look and try and see if we can either hear or spot mating leopards. Oh, hi, Bacon. Hi. You're saying one has bedhead. Yes. Most battaliers do. They have a big sort of ring of feathers around their head that really puff out. They really stick out. And from a distance, it makes it very obvious that it's a battalier. This one definitely has bedhead. I agree. Not ready to wake up. Just rolled off that pillow. We all know the feeling. So I am going to bumble on. I have a couple of leopards to find.
So the battalier looked like it woke up with bed hair, but these Egyptian goose look like they've done their makeup already this morning. Very, very pretty. Sitting here just listening out to any early morning sounds at Leopard Dam. It's nice and cool, nice and cloudy. Who knows what's going to be here? Hi, I'm Mike. Behind the camera is Seb, and you've joined us here at Eco Training's Pridelands Conservancy. As I said, we're just waiting to see if anything makes noise this early morning. It is a nice morning, very still. It was windy last night. Seen a few impalas looking a little bit nervous. But everything else seems to be calming down now that it's nice and still and quiet. As you can see, the waterhole here looking very still. So we're just waiting, letting the morning light get brighter. Still a bit chilly. It's probably going to stay about this temperature, nice and chilly. 15 degrees right now. 15 degrees Celsius, that is. Just wait and see if anything comes down early morning to drink. As you can see those Egyptian geese, very, very pretty. Okay, that is a good question. How can you tell the difference between a male and female goose? It's very difficult. I actually don't know off the top of my head how to tell the difference because they both look extremely similar. The female will almost certainly be larger because she has to have eggs, lay eggs, and look after them and be on the nest, so they need to be a bit larger to deal with the developing egg. I'm just going to quickly look in my bird book because, of course, that is the very easiest way to tell male and female apart. Oh, no, they both look alike. It actually says the male is larger with a thicker neck. That's quite interesting. Normally females are larger. So the male's got a thicker neck. That's basically what it says. And the female's got a thinner neck. So I don't know if you can tell in that picture there which one of them has a thicker neck. Gosh, I think that's cutting it quite fine at this distance. Luckily they're both close together. But many birds, generally speaking, the male is more colourful because he has to attract the female. And especially in the smaller birds and the raptors, the females are generally larger because of the eggs that they have to develop. But I suppose a goose is quite a large bird. Look what they're doing right now, filtering through the mud, looking for any small vertebrates and crustaceans.
Good morning everybody and welcome to and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. My name's Matt and behind the camera we've got Craig, and this morning we have found quite the plains animal party. We've got a couple of wildebeest that you saw in picture. There was a giraffe who's now out of picture, and in front of us are a couple of zebra busy browsing or grazing, as at the moment as well. And in that little herd of zebra, it looked like a very heavily pregnant female who I think has now emerged, or she's just behind that wildebeest at the moment. There she walks away, but her belly was literally touching the ground, bursting at the seams, which is quite exciting. I can imagine if we followed her for the next couple of days we might see a new little addition to this herd. But that's just to the right of them. Who we might be able to see now is that giraffe who has been in and out of picture all morning, and just see his head sticking out at the moment. And I wanted to actually show you the way they walk. I find it fascinating how they walk, what they call a side gait. But you can see they're all busy feeding this morning. Still nice and cool, no wind, and I think just enjoying this relatively lush grass here next to one of the airstrips. And on Phinda. Even got warthog that have joined the party this morning, coming across the airstrip in front of some Egyptian geese who, like Pridelands, have also made an appearance here on TV today. Oh, look at these two butting heads. The clash of the tusks. They're not the biggest warthog around. But yeah, this is not something that you see every day. Every so often you might see they'll go on their knees, on their front legs to fight like this. But I think, yeah, these two having a bit of a tussle this morning. Very even match. The one on the left's tusks are slightly bigger than the one on the right, but incredibly hard heads. Taking their show behind the wildebeest now. But look up, yeah, they're actually really getting into it now, throwing their heads at one another, fighting those two warthog. I'm scared if I move that it might stop them or chase everything away. But it looks like that was the end of that. Kathy, I was actually asking if I've ever seen a live birth in the wild. I was actually just chatting to Craig about that now, and I have. I was lucky enough to witness a wildebeest give birth. I think it was in the end of 2018, and within I think it was just under 4 minutes that youngster was up and walking. It is something very interesting to watch, and we're actually coming up to the calving season of impala, or when they have their lambs. Wildebeest have their calves, which is a very exciting time in the bush. Everything turns green with all the rain. Obviously a lot more nutrients. They try and plan that with the rains, those animals. And as those warthog disappear into that long grass, literally just disappear, we've now got the giraffe back in picture, who I'm hoping starts to walk across. He is just having a good view of, or sort of scan as to what's around him before he carries on this morning. And I think I'm going to see what else we can find here on and beyond Phinda.
And we've had this group of kudus just come down. They've just left the water, a little bit of water, and you can see, look at that female up ahead. All of these look like females, no horns. She looks like the largest. You can see they're stopping, look at the ears up. And quite an intense stare towards the area that they're heading to. Now actually this is a spectacular time of the morning. The sun's just started peeking over the cliff face on the other side of the riverbed, and they came down a very, very steep bank towards a watering hole. They were exposed. You can see, look at the way they're slowly moving, putting their back foot right on top of their front foot. And now they need to make sure they've been out in the open. That one's still a little bit hesitant, maybe waiting to see what the others does. And as silently as they come, they disappear. And right on the other side of that bush, there we have the leopard again. So you can see, as unaware as he is of those kudus' approach, so they were of him. All-Star, how big can male leopards get? Well, it depends. It is a... I think it depends on the genetics. I think it depends on the region and where they come from. I know that there are quite considerable differences in size and weight, especially according to different regions. For instance, in this particular part of South Africa, the leopards up here are much larger than the leopards you might find down in the southern parts of South Africa. And on average, a male leopard is considered to weigh between 60 kilograms up to about 100 kilograms. There have been specimens that's weighed more than that in the past, and there are also claims of much, much larger leopards than that. And then I know some of the subspecies, like the Amur leopard, is considered very, very large, even larger than most of the leopards we find in southern Africa. And I think it depends on their diet. For instance, this particular area, leopard's territories, although males, like this guy, one day when he gets big and one day when he's set up his own territory, he'll more than likely have access over a large area to different females within the area, watering holes, with animals going down to drink. And often what we found, the older they get, the larger that area gets. But compare this to, say, one of the leopards down moving in the Cape Fold Mountains. Those areas, they roam over much, much larger areas. There's also a lot of people on that side, so prey is spread out, water spread out. So it depends on the availability of resources, and then for sure on its genetics. If it had a big father, it would be much bigger. This particular guy, he had quite a small mother. His father's also not the largest leopard I've ever seen, so I don't think he's going to be extremely large. At the moment, I'm not too sure how much he might weigh, but they've got a very, very heavy bone structure. And with all of that meat in that tummy, you can see every now and again when he takes a deep breath, He's almost incapacitated by all that amount of meat that he's had. Now he's been stealing mostly lately, so I haven't seen him take down, or most of the last few meals that he's had, we know that it's mostly been stolen from female leopards. So he hasn't really been exercising his own strength in terms of the hunt so much. Then again, about the leopard's life, we only know a little bit. We don't always see what they eat. We'll have to fill in their diet with a lot of other stuff. And somewhere in there is that impala. It's a large impala ram. Ooh, so looks like a brown-headed kingfisher. That's quite a nice view of one as well. You can see it's hiding in that thick bush. I wonder if it's aware of the dead impala there next to it. Oh, you can see part of the impala right over there actually, but it's extremely well hidden, unfortunately. It will be very difficult to explain. But if you move along the branch that the... Yes, so there we go, that's the leg. You can see it's a little bit of a rusty, almost like a orange-brown color hanging in the back, and then it looks like it might be the horns actually. Here we go. So that's it. Well, at least that's part of it. And one might wonder, how does that leopard actually get in there to get a bite of that? Well, I'm pretty sure it's the angle that we for him, he'll be able to go up that tree from the backside, get right there. He might even move it around a little bit, and they often do. Like, they'll pick it up, change it a little bit, get to a different part of the meat. Sometimes they might drop certain parts during that part, and that's why the hyena's nearby as well. Okay, is prey stealing normal leopard behavior? In this particular area, from what I've seen, most definitely. Especially young male leopards, it is easier for them. They're just starting to realize their strength and their size. And with a female moving in the area, he knows that the female is always around this area. And often what we see is when he finds the tracks of that female, he might track her. And he follow her until such time that he actually finds where she's killed something, and then take that for himself. Reason for that being that it's easier. And I've noticed with most of the cats actually, young male lions, they often steal. In fact, they'll steal from anything if they can. And young male leopards are very similar in that regard. It means that it's an easy meal. They don't have to expend their own energy trying to catch something like that. And they can actually benefit from it all the way. Now he's been very, very busy feeding on this impala. When he took this impala off from the female leopard that we found the other day, it looked like there was a lot of meat left, and it might last him at least 2 or 3 good days. It's already been day 3 at the moment, or it is already day 3, so we'll see how long it will last them from here.
We have a giraffe, a bull. I wonder if this bull knows where the leopards are. I imagine he might. Giraffes have very good eyesight, but not only that, they have very good hearing. So this giraffe's off on the block. We're obviously not going to bash after it and get any closer. But giraffes are the lighthouses of the bush. They know all, they see all. Imagine having that fantastic knowledge, but understanding that not everything's a threat to you because of your size. Really, only a lion pride would be a huge threat to this giraffe. Where are the leopards, boy? Now, the sort of patch pattern, I like to call it, in giraffes is said to be hereditary. So a mother and a calf will actually share a same unique pattern. It's on a very specific area of the body and it will be passed down. So almost like a spot pattern, but I don't really think you can call them spots. The mothers will pass down that unique section, not the entire body pattern, but that unique section to their offspring. And you can actually identify giraffes by their patch pattern. Now, it's not the entire body, it's a little window near their sort of armpit, if you like. Beach girl, we see that injured giraffe every day. Saw him yesterday as well. He looks like he's healing. His eye looks like it's healing, but what I can't talk about is obviously infection. So the blood is clotting and the wound is closing from what I can see, but we just need to hope that infection hasn't set in. He's a much older bull. He's covered in scars and lesions and patches of hair loss. So he's definitely at the later stages of his life, but hopefully he will be absolutely fine and that eye will heal. I still can't quite decide what's actually happened to this male giraffe. It's a bizarre and really horrible injury. But this is not the same bull, luckily. There's lots of male giraffes around. There's more males than there are females on Juma right now. And going back to those thermal patches, they're called thermal patches because they're said to assist with thermal regulation. Giraffe's skin actually has many sweat glands and they're very active. And the size of the sweat glands, believe it or not, is said to be significantly larger under the patches, these brown patches, than anywhere else. And it's said to help the giraffe cool down. And obviously dark colours and light colours completely differ when it comes to absorbing heat. So these patches are said to be little thermal windows. The ossicones as well, believe it or not, are said to assist in thermal regulation. And this is because they are well vascularized. And what that means is they contain lots and lots of blood vessels, so they can help release heat. They can dilate and they can constrict, and this helps with either retaining heat within the body on a cold day or releasing heat on a hot day. So giraffes are very well equipped for their thermal regulation in these very hot climates. And you also have to think about their surface area. So almost like...
I'm leaving the Misikaya now.
Almost like an elephant, they have a large surface area, which helps to release heat even further. So I'm going to continue on my mission for these mating leopards.
We have managed to find very little, I'm afraid, since you last saw us. It is a chilly morning, and so I suppose, well, the prospects of it continuing to be an active morning for longer are quite high. We're heading down towards the south now. We've done a thorough circuit of the northern regions, or the central regions. Katie, we get rain between November and April. Very seldom around this time of the year. Can happen, but it's normally between November and April. And there's not a great deal of rain, known as a semi-arid area. So that's rainfall sort of between 300 and 450 millimeters of water. And then any less than that, you'd call it an arid area. But you'll be, I don't know how long you've been watching, Katie, but you'll be absolutely astonished by how the landscape changes here after a little bit of rain. So if you were to look at the bush now and then come back here in January, you'd be blown away by the thousands of different shades of green and the closeness of the atmosphere during the rainy season. So it really does change quite profoundly. And it's going to get drier than it is now still. It's going to get drier until the end of October, drier and hotter. And then that dryness will break, the drought will break somewhere around November. We hope. Fingers crossed.
So, James talking about how green it gets in summertime, and since we're on the banks of the Timbavati riverbed here, it's still a little bit green at this point, luckily for us. And this leopard is one of those creatures that prefer the denser, more green areas. Now this particular area that we're in, there's a small little puddle of water nearby on the nearby rock face that we can't really see from where we are. There's the rock face. So that rock comes all the way down in underneath the sand in the riverbed, and then it forms a bank that's impenetrable, and that's why the water gets kept within this area. Now, what's very interesting is it changes as the years go on. It depends on where the water dams up, but this particular area holds water pretty well, and it's almost done. About 2 months ago you were able to see the water from where we are at this point, and elephants, the buffalo, the leopard, all of those animals come down and drink here. But now, with the season dragging on, it is definitely getting a lot drier. Brendan, would this leopard be concerned with a lone hyena? Well, if I look at him at this stage, I'd say no. He doesn't seem too concerned with anything at this point. In fact, we can't see the hyena from where we are, but that direction where he's looking, that's more or less where the hyena is. So I think he'll, at least, you can see he's blinking his eyes, the sun's starting to shine straight on his face at this point. But, so with that one hyena in the area, there is a possibility of him losing some of his food, but he's got it hidden pretty well at that point. And although the hyena knows it's there, it's not here for the leopard itself, it's here for the food. So any scraps, anything like that, that drops when the leopard's feeding, it will go after that. And at this stage it's safe. The leopard knows the hyena won't just come at it. It's also a young male leopard. They tend to be a little bit more aggressive towards hyenas, and often once they start realizing their size and their potential, then they might even go at them and try and chase them. But if I look at him at this point, I don't think he's too concerned about a lone hyena. Now, it might change. It also depends on what hyena it is, whether it's a younger one, which is often the case. We find once leopards have a carcass somewhere near an area where there might be either a den site of hyenas or where there's a lot of young ones moving. In that case, the hyenas, the younger ones, when they roam, they come past, and the leopard don't really mind them being around as long as they don't bother him. You can see he's still quite alert.
Look at this nasty injury on the back end of a young zebra, almost definitely inflicted by lions, or a lion. But The zebra is not limping, which means that there doesn't seem to be any permanent damage, certainly not any muscular damage, so it's a pretty superficial flesh wound. And I don't think it's that new. I would have said that that was probably 2 or 3 days old. And although I have no doubt it's exceptionally painful, I think that zebra is going to be fine. And you know, you often find adult zebras with their stripes misaligned on the back, and that's because of an injury like that. So I don't know which lions would have inflicted that on the zebra. Probably members of either the Talamati pride or the Nkuhumas. That's a nasty slash, but you can see that it's walking with relative comfort. So I'm sure it's stinging greatly, especially when the flies jump onto it and start sort of, I guess, walking about in it. Okay, I'm sure that it probably smells slightly of meat, but if it doesn't get infected, it won't smell of rot, and so no, it won't attract hyenas.
Morning station, update for days in Shady Street.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that a hyena, if it saw that animal, would think, ooh, there's potential weakness there. But it's very clear that that zebra is still able to run. How interesting. I doubt the zebra thinks it's very interesting, probably thinks it's fairly painful, but there it is.
Hello everybody, welcome back to and Beyond Pinda, where we found not one but 5 white rhino who you can all see in picture are all various shades of sort of black and grey. The one dead center is particularly dark, and we're sitting at a watering hole where he must have had a little bit of a mud wallow at some stage. And then the one just to the right of him facing us, you can see he's sort of half off. I think he only had sort of half a roller on, and then that was him. But there's quite a bit of activity here at this watering hole in terms of birds. We've just had a grey heron fly off. In and around their feet were a couple of glossy starlings. In fact, there's one on the branch off to the right of that two-tone one we spoke about. The 5th rhino at the back is lying down, and the rest are all, they just have their heads down, sort of trying to gather some energy this morning before they set off to graze. We actually, it's such a pleasant morning here. There's not a breath of wind unlike these past couple of mornings. Very, very special to everyone, just commenting on how many there are of them together. To see a couple of them together like this, like 5 of them, sometimes you even see a couple more, but a lot more social, these rhinos. So there might be a couple of cows and their older calves, maybe 1 or 2 younger satellite bulls that are with them as well. But yeah, just enjoying everyone's company this morning. You can see in no real rush to go anywhere to do anything major. A couple of red-billed oxpeckers doing the rounds in amongst the 5 of them. We believe that there are a couple of lions not too far from these rhinos, so we're going to go and see if we can't find them this morning.
Alright, so the leopard's just got up, and I suspect he's going down towards that puddle to go and have a drink. So we're just repositioning to see. I think he's moving around this buffalo thorn. That's the tree that we're looking at. It's quite a dense tree with lots of very sharp thorns. So it might be tricky. I can see him there on the other side, and I think he's busy scoping out this area to make sure that there's no danger or no unwanted visitors around this puddle at the moment. And he is relieving himself. So there we go. Casually just lift a just look at them, how magnificent. Now if you notice, he's walking straight along a little pathway there. I know it's not very clear, it's in the sand at this point, but that is a major pathway that the animals move to go down to this water. And this is also where the kudus were coming up and down earlier. Oh, I'm going to reposition a little bit. He's just going to lay down right in front of the vehicle.
We have the most gorgeous bird here. I think we have a red-crested corhan. I need to get a better look at it though. They're very similar looking to the black-bellied bustard. So let's just wait until it pops its head through the grass here. It's all puffed up. Oh no, that black goes all the way up to the chin. Sorry, I think we have a black-bellied bustard. My apologies. Good morning. They're very similar looking, these two birds, very closely related. But this looks like a male black-bellied bustard to me. The male and female look different. And in the black-bellied bustard, that sort of black chest or the black belly goes all the way up to the bird's chin, if you like. Now this one was all puffed up when we first arrived, trying to keep warm underneath all those layers of feathers. But soon I imagine it'll start to fetch its breakfast. They're omnivorous, but they mainly eat insects, but they will also supplement their diet with berries, seeds, sometimes leaves. So they eat a huge sort of diverse range of food out here, and they blend into the background very, very well. Really camouflage, especially in the winter sort of topography. That monotonous tone of the grass, they blend in extremely well. Now in this particular species, the males are larger than the females, and they really do have a different appearance. Generally the females have a white belly. This one definitely has a black belly. Oh, what a lovely sighting. Okay, once again I am continuing my search for the leopards.
So while Lauren is continuing her search, we are lucky enough to see the leopard drinking. If you look carefully, you can see its throat's moving up and down quite quickly. Look at the tail tip, it's dead still at the moment. But his ears flat, and it looks like even his eyes up. Something's just drawn his attention. Now, he must be quite thirsty. And he's got his back towards where he left his carcass up in the tree. And that's why he's keep looking back in that direction. He knows that the hyena's still there, but he also knows that the hyena might draw the attention of something else. he's quite thirsty. Normally, you wouldn't see him drinking this long unless he's eaten. And to be honest, even for myself, I can literally count the amount of times that I've seen a leopard drink on my one hand. It's not something that you get to see too often, or not as often as you might expect. No, he's really thirsty now. I think after this he's going to be so full. It should be interesting to see what he's going to do. Jackie, leopards do drink like domestic cats. Now, there's an interesting thing about that. They do basically just wet their tongue. Now, I know for a long time, like, there was a lot of speculation and a lot of people reckon that they form a little bit of a cup with the back of their tongue and they kind of scoop the water up in that. But they mostly just dip their tongue in the water and they basically just wet it. You can see there's some Natal spurfowl approaching. Maybe that's why he was looking back the whole time. But once he wets his tongue, it's a very little amount of water that he actually takes in at a time. And that is partly why, when he's very thirsty, it takes such a long time to have a drink. It looks like he had a little bit of a snarl there at them, if I'm not mistaken. Just telling them to back off. Oh, now he doesn't seem too bothered. Just finally let them go down to go have their drink. He does have a bit of an attitude, even for such a young leopard. He casually walks around here like he's owning the place. Since you can see, there's even some aggression towards the spurfowl. And you can see the ears are facing backwards. Since he's looking right, well, he's basically closing his eyes as he's drinking and he's looking straight ahead of him. Look at that. That is for the 3 spurfowls. Oh, can you believe he seems like quite a selfish young male leopard. Not even prepared to share his water with these 3 spurfowl. You can see all the elephant dung in front of them. The color of the water looks slightly greenish at the moment. I'm pretty sure it's not the cleanest of water around. And I'm sure there's more than enough for him. You can see those lips just want to pull it up to show his distrust and disgust with these 3 birds. Maybe it's the fact that they're not really showing him the respect that he feels that he needs at this stage. Look at his tail just twitching slightly. Maybe he's thinking what to do. They should take it more serious. That is so strange. Who could have thought that these 3 spurfowl would have such a upsetting effect on his morning? Let's see, the tail's up high and the white is quite apparent. Gabby, I love this as well. I love when animals do. When we look at the animals, we look at it as a species and their general behavior. but moments like these do point to the individual personalities that animals might have. I mean, normally I've seen leopards, especially female leopards, before do this, or snarl at birds, but that's usually when they are moving through thicker bush and they don't like letting other creatures know about their presence. In this case, he's had his tail up, showing everything that he's around, and he casually walked down to the watering hole right in the middle of the riverbed. So, I mean, he's quite apparent and quite obvious to start off with. You can see he's just intently staring at them, maybe wondering, watching them carefully where they're going. So while he is having this dilemma with the 3 spur fowl, we're going to sit here a little while longer and see what is going to happen here.
Welcome back everybody to Anbion Punda. We're not too far from that watering hole where we had those rhino. We've now got those 3 adult lionesses and the 5 youngsters out of picture, but the one lioness is just behind this bush that you see in picture, busy stalking something. I'm not quite sure what she's seen that we haven't, but they are definitely hunting at the moment. One has disappeared back behind us. This one you can just see her starting to emerge. Watch how slowly she moves through this grass. Maybe there's something like a warthog or a nyala that's hanging around here. Let's just sit tight and watch what happens. We'll probably come back to them in a short while to see. This is super exciting. I'm still not sure what she's seen that we haven't. But one of the other lionesses has done quite a wide loop around in the direction that she's facing. But now anything could happen. Something could come bursting from the scene. She could just go from 0 to 100 in split seconds. And out of picture of those 5 youngsters, who I'm sure we'll come back to just now. But this is super exciting to see. Watch out. Ruth just commenting that she loves the way lions hunt. It's almost like clockwork, Ruth. Everyone knows their sort of role. Everyone goes to where they have to be to try and have the most effective hunt. And yeah, I think patience. There's a warthog Craig has just seen. And I think if we wait patiently here, there's the warthog, everybody. Sure, this is quite something to watch. I'm just going to sit quietly now. Looks like there are 2 warthog coming into picture. Oh, she's gone. Sounds like one of the lionesses has caught one of them. Let's see, we're going to follow this lioness, everybody. I think the other lioness who stalked around the other side has now caught one of these warthog. You might have, unfortunately you might have heard that warthog squealing like that. that lioness who went initially is just here off to our left hand side. Oh, and there's there they are with this warthog that they've just now managed to capture. My word. Might still hear a couple of squeals. With the three of them, they'll start feeding straight away. But how incredible is that? First thing this morning, you can see the one back right is the one that caught that warthog, latched on. Oh no, the signal's dropped here. My call's dropped. You can see that warthog's now struggling for its last little bit of life, but that is honestly insane what we've just witnessed. That initial thoughts of that lioness sort of jumped the gun too soon, but you know, that, like we said, commenting earlier, this is incredible, everybody. You can see that little bit of blood now on that lioness on the left hand side. That warthog is still alive, but they've already started feeding on it. Just have a listen. Yeah, I'm going to keep quiet for a bit. Here comes the male lion out of picture, watching me. I think he's going to steal this warthog from these lionesses. We've been looking for him all morning, but now I think with this commotion, he's made an appearance. And have a look at the lionesses they've left. This is incredible. The lionesses will probably head back to their youngsters now, who are just out of picture. Maybe call them, see if this lion might share with his youngsters, the 5 of them. But just have a look at that brute strength of his. That paw of his is massive on the belly of that warthog, but he's still latched on. He's trying to now suffocate that warthog, which I think he is doing a better job than those lionesses. I think that's it for the warthog for now. But the most incredible scenes are unfolding here this morning on Ambient Pinder. This lioness just out of picture is looking at us a bit shell-shocked because she's just had her breakfast stolen from her. But as he ran in, you saw how all the lionesses sort of left that warthog, and he just came in and stole the prize. The sun now poking its head through the clouds above us as well. It's ridiculous. Not easy to see, but that's nature, everybody. I think 1 or 2 last kicks from that warthog that you're watching. And I'm hoping that lion doesn't take that warthog into these thicker areas around us. It is incredibly dense. I think we're actually really lucky that this has taken place out in the open this morning for us. And out of picture now, joining us are the other lionesses and the youngsters. So let's see if this male isn't going to share what he's latched on to with his youngsters. Look at that paw now on the belly of that warthog. Almost have a feeling he's going to get up and carry that elsewhere now that there are so many other mouths that are interested in having a bite to eat. Let's have a look what happens with this lioness. You can see a little bit of that warthog, sort of, oh, no. He's not willing to share. You can imagine that rush of adrenaline that warthog had now at the end. Still busy kicking, still fighting that last little bit. But the lioness, I think, will still keep coming to try luck because it's opened up at the back there. Here come the youngsters, who, if you have a look a little bit further back, there's one of them. He might, or yeah, they might come and try their luck with a tasty morsel. But now there are 8 other mouths that want to have some breakfast. Have a look at that youngster now trying his luck.
Welcome back to the Masai Mara. Remember, this is CGTN Digital Safari. Engage us on hashtag Wild Earth. Bring those questions. Look what I just found: a marabou stock and a kill. You know, this is like hitting a jackpot. You never come across a marabou stock with a kill. This is a result of a lion kill. They just ate their fill and left. These are things we experience during the migration. Because there is so much, the lions becomes very fussy. They just eat to their fill and then move on. This could have been a nomadic lion that didn't want to stay here for very long, so it made it a kill, ate and left. The marabou stock found the wildebeest, and now it's feeding on whatever it can. That beak is not adapted for cutting meat. It's just for picking, chunks of meat, and he's been picking whatever he can. He's been going around the kill. I don't know what's back there, but let's have a look. I don't know what he's trying to pull. I don't know if it's open on that side, but let me see. Yeah. The marabou. Oh, look. Oh. You know what that is? Yeah, that's not spaghetti. It's intestines. Yeah, and that's what they're meant to do. He's doing his job properly. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, this is what they do. Those are things that not everybody would eat, and that's why they're here, the marabou stock and the vultures. I call them the sanitary crew, or the cleanup crew. He's coming back. I don't know what he's gonna go for now. This is the purpose of the marabou stock. People say that they're not very good looking, but I think that's why they're the only ones that can do this job, cleaning up. Yeah, you can tell that he's picking chunks, not cutting, and he's going around trying to pick up whatever he can because he cannot cut. Oh, that's another small size intestine. Back there you can see the wildebeest. We just came across them. They're a little bit of a distance from where we saw them yesterday. I drove around, so I'm coming from behind, and I'm gonna be driving towards deeper where you see them there, so I can show you those those crowded herds. Over here they seem to be very relaxed, and majority of them have moved in from southern side, and they're in central the triangle right now. This is an area called Old Punyata Swamp, and it's teeming with wildebeest and zebra. Not as many zebra as the wildebeest, but as your eye can see, if you sweep there, it's just wildebeest. Look at that beautiful cattle egrets. Yeah, they're also having a very good time this time of the year because they just need to be close to wildebeest, and whatever the wildebeest spooks, or disturbs on the ground, they'll feed on them. So it's a symbiotic relation between the wildebeest, the zebra, and the cattle egrets. Yeah, they've landed somewhere there. Yeah, we are back here with our marabou stock, and he's still busy. Yeah, this is like hitting a jackpot for him, I'm sure. Yeah, we have very many different kind of antelopes in Africa, and I'm gonna, let you learn more about more antelopes that we have.
Across Africa, there are 72 species of antelope living in diverse habitats from desert to rainforest. On the vast plains of East Africa, speed is crucial to escape being devoured by hungry predators, and they don't come much faster than the Thompson's gazelle. Meanwhile, during the Kalahari's scorching days and frosty nights, the gemsbok's ability to regulate its temperature can come in quite useful. But none are as sneaky as the common duiker, who in the dense thickets of the Kruger woodlands rely on camouflage and stealth. In the Masai Mara, the impalas are showboaters with impressive horns. While in the Kruger, the impala are smaller, but their density is far greater. The Mara's yearly highlight is the arrival of nearly 1.5 million wildebeest. The herds further south barely compete. But it's not all about numbers, as the intimacy of a wildebeest birth in the Kruger woodlands is sublime. Each environment has its own set of rules, and every antelope species has to rise to the challenge.
So, as you've been learning about antelopes, one more thing about antelopes is they do not climb trees by themselves. In this case, this leopard has gone up and down the bank at the moment. He had a little bit of a issue with the spur fowl, Natal spur fowl that was near him, and you can see he's still looking in that direction. But I think he's gonna get up and move towards where he's got an impala up a jackalberry tree on the other side of the riverbed, and not long from now you can see he's slowly but surely getting to move in that direction. There's a lot happening at the moment. It's a bit of a cloudy day here, and the sun's just started to peek through, so a lot of the birds have just started to come alive. The oxpeckers have come down to drink, and also with the oxpeckers, like he would know very well, they often sit on the antelope that he might want to hunt at certain points. Kudu, impala. They sit on warthog, zebra, also on larger creatures like the buffalo or the rhino, in which case if one of those two had to come down, or buffalo at least, it might even chase him. So it's always worth him having a look at it. I'm sure not long from now he might move across, and I think we're going to sit here to wait for that.
You know, when the little guys arrive here at the age of about 4 or 5 months, they will stick with their mothers, but some reasons they get separated, either by when they get spooked by lions crossing the river, and so the females don't have much time apart from eating these highly nutritious red oat grass and coming back into season. They will mate here, and by the time they arrive again southern Serengeti, they will be ready to give birth. Some of them make it a few migrations, some of them don't. Like this guy, he met his fate here, and the marabou stock is having a feast. The marabou stock, although it doesn't look very appealing, it's one of the highest flying birds in the world. Ari, thank you for your question. The reason they migrate is that they wear out the grass in southern Serengeti, and because the soils there are full of minerals, just after the rains it dries up, and so they are forced to move up where it's less like alkaline, and so the grass lasts longer. Also, here the grass grows to be very, very high, unlike in the southern Serengeti. So they come to feed on this and then making a full cycle. Mind you, when they're migrating, all their droppings are left as fertilizer. And when they stick around an area like this, all their droppings become fertilizer. So by the time they leave, they will fertilize this land. And so when they come back next year, the grass will be even more nutritious. So it's a matter of following food. And considering their high numbers, if they stick to an area, they will overgraze it. So they are forced to make a movement every day. Yeah, so they are forced to move every day.
Welcome back everybody to And Beyond Pinder, where this male lion is still sort of latched onto this warthog, but we'll have a look. One of the lionesses and all of the youngsters have got their bloodied faces all tucking into the rump, which had already been opened. But you can just hear that bone crunching going on there. That strength in their jaws is ridiculous. All the little cubs almost look like the Joker with their little bloodied faces now, who all managed to get a little bite to eat before the male dragged that warthog further away into that thicker area behind it. But at the moment I think they're winning this breakfast buffet while tucking into the back there. I don't think he's eaten anything. He's still busy latched onto the windpipe of that warthog, but I think it's long since dead. Other two lionesses are just lying up out of picture, resting. You'll see now there's the lioness on the left hand side. One of the lionesses here had to do all the hard yards to catch this warthog, and now, yeah, sadly she doesn't get anything, and I don't think she'll get anything from this warthog with all those little ones, that other lioness, and then the male who could probably, if he wanted to, devour that entire warthog himself, and then more later. But even at such a young age, you'll see if these youngsters will prick their ears back and actually lash out at one another as soon as that sort of the meat becomes less and less. They'll have a go at each other, and they at a young age sound particularly vicious already. But their paws all covered in blood, mouths as well. Giles, you're asking how common it is for males to share like this. I don't think he's doing it willingly, to be honest with you, with so many other males. You saw that cub now jump away. There we go. No, you see, not common at all. He was just trying to make sure that warthog was dead before he starts feeding. But he'll, no pun intended, hog that warthog for himself until he's full, and then the rest of the lionesses and the youngsters might see if there's a morsel left, but not common at all. And I'm not surprised that he's done that. What I am surprised is that he didn't take that, or just walk away with that warthog a lot further away. But I think these youngsters will keep pressurizing him into sharing more. Who he's a little bit more relaxed around feeding. You can see there as he laps up a little bit of the blood maybe while the youngsters watch him. And maybe not something that you'd be able to hear as he licks like that, but incredibly rough, that tongue. He's able to lick flesh off of a bone, but have a look at those eyes as he does that. And still got at least one of his children there that he's happy to share with. When they're in close combat like that, when their faces are all tucked together, that's when you might see them lash out, pick their ears back and sort of snap at one another. But all feeding together quite peacefully now, or at least the two of them, maybe with the third. And Marie, you're saying all of them with quite bloody faces. They do all have the youngsters at lioness that we saw walk out now, and I can imagine that the male is going to be the same as soon as he comes out. But have a look at that youngster as it comes out, licking his lips. That's one of the ways that they'll try and get rid of that under their paws as well, try and groom themselves clean. You can only imagine the irritating flies that will now latch onto this, or the smells and the blood on their faces if they don't do that. But yeah, all incredibly bloody. Their paws as well, from tucking into that warthog initially. A little bit more sun this morning, starting to poke its head through the clouds. Starting to warm up quite nicely. I can't imagine that they'll move too far today, this particular pride of lions. After quite a big meal, they might venture off. That watering hole that we were with those rhino this morning is not far at all. Maybe walk there at some stage for a bit of a drink. Or have a look at that youngster on the tree on the left hand side there. That's often something that they'll do to sharpen those claws of theirs, is jump up and then scratch the bark of a tree. Already learning from their mothers and their fathers. There's a lot of backpedaling going on as soon as the youngsters go in. I think now that Dad's starting to feed, he's not going to share much of that. But I'm going to stick around here and see how this all unfolds.
So while that male lion is having most of that warthog to himself, and probably not going to share much, this leopard's just gone up the tree and he is finally busy feeding. It's been a slow process up until here. You can see he's very, very well hidden high up there. It looks like it's only part of the impala that he's got there, and he's found himself in a little bit of an awkward spot as well. You can see the leg dangling there. Trying to get a piece loose there, it seems like. Ooh, look at that. Looks like he's pulled part of the leg off and he's found a little bit more of a comfortable seat. Now, when they have to tear pieces of this carcass off, you often find that they'll hold it down with his front foot, just like he did in that one case. And then he uses that weight and power of his and push the carcass in the opposite direction, and then he pulls with his head backwards. Now, when that happens, and he's in an awkward situation like he is, he might lose a bit of balance. I think that's why he just threw that leg out and went to go sit. It's almost like that branch was made for him to sit on it. You can hear some crunching of the bones. You can see the red of the blood. And I can see some of the canines. Ooh, look at those canines. Because he's still a young male leopard. It's go white at this stage. The older they get, the yellower the teeth get. And you can see he's moving his head around quite a lot. So he's trying to get it to the back of the jaws, in between those very, very strong carnassials of his, which is basically just the teeth on the side of the jaw.
Righty, we've got some vultures here, which is quite cool. There are 4 of them. which is almost an indication that, well, there could be something dead around, unless it's just a little brunch party. Difficult to say, really. We've come on to Chitwa, which is the reserve south of where we started. And so we're just sitting with these vultures wondering if they know something we do not. Well, I'm sure they do know some things that we do not. But whether they are looking at a predator and its recently deceased prey. Alternatively, they could just be resting here. The other thing resting in this tree is the cutest little array of squirrels that Theodore will now show you with his incredibly gentle movements on the camera. Well done, Theodore. And they're just enjoying the sun. The watery sunshine this morning. Now, the vultures are looking like they're going to get going. I don't know why that should be the case. Let's just sit here for a second because I do hear a vehicle approaching from the far east. I'm afraid that question didn't come through. The comms broke up. Indeed, Fern, it is always great to see vultures. The white-backed variety is the one that we're looking at now. Not the rarest in this particular area, but still critically endangered. I'm not convinced they know something that we don't, but they might. You can also hear some elephants off towards the left-hand side of your screen, sort of behind and to the left, cracking away. Otherwise, all is peace on this chilly morning in the Lowveld. Back to our Smith's bush squirrels, which are now taking cover.
Talking about cover, this leopard's been hiding this impala in the cover. And you can see it's busy with the leg at the moment. Using the small little incisors, teeth right in the front of, right underneath the nose to try and almost dropped it. Good recovery, good catch. Because right underneath that tree, exactly below where he is at this point, even though it's not that clear from where we are, you can see a little bit of movement there. Ah, there we go. The hyena. And you can see it's waiting in the perfect spot for that. And it knows. The hyena is one of those creatures out here that has an enormous amount of patience. And since it is daytime now, it's probably been foraging and moving around during the evening. What better place to wait right underneath a spot where a potential small meal might drop right on top of you. can see the leopards carefully checking out the area around him constantly. Now one might think, doesn't always, probably ask yourself, he looks like he's not really bothered by the hyena at all. And yes, he's not too bothered, but he does contemplate his moves, because should he make the wrong one and lose the grip on his carcass, or wedge his carcass out of the nook that he's hanged it in, it might drop and then it'll lose everything. Just look at that agility. Even in that tight spot, he's moving around like it's nothing. Now it looks like he might move this carcass around and then try and grab a different bit to feed off. And I think we're going to sit here and see what he does. So you can see now he's moved the head. It looks like the head that he's moved out there. He usually licks it a little bit first. Now for those of you viewers back home, I don't know if any of you have any pet cats or if you have ever felt a cat's tongue, but it's a little bit like sandpaper. It's got small barbs on it, and the big cats, you can imagine, it's more than small barbs. So as he's licking the skin, he's taking off some of the excess fur. He's also softening it up a little bit. And then he plucks some of the fur. And it looks like he's just positioned himself in a slightly better position. From where he is now, he's got better balance. And he's also got a better position to eat. Kevin, age 10, what a great question. Does a leopard ever attack vultures? In fact, Kevin, this very leopard that we're looking at now, not that we really name these animals like we would a pet. They are wild animals, but we name them for reasons to communicate and just for the basic operation out on the reserve. But this particular leopard, we call him Makoti, or the Makoti male, which in Shangaan, the local language, means vultures. And that's because when he was younger, and I'm sure he still occasionally does, he climbed right to the top of very tall trees to the vultures' nests, and he grabbed the chicks and he ate them. Occasionally even taking a larger bird, sometimes an eagle. So yes, most definitely. I think the leopard is more than likely the most adaptable out of all the big cats, and its prey species is, the range of species that it preys on is extensive. Like, I know that wherever you go and you might try to trace their diet, you'll find that different areas have leopards using all kinds of prey species.
Good morning from another stunning day out at Tswalu Kalahari. It is wonderful having you with us. David working his magic on the camera there, and I'm Dylan for those of you who haven't met us yet. I'm just amazed to be hearing what our colleagues are seeing. It is spectacular, and it's so exciting that the migration started on the Mara and that. This is just brilliant, brilliant news. Anyway, it's wonderful having you with us. We are back with our rock star meerkats, and there has been another development on this front, unfortunately. There's another pup missing. So we went from 5 to 4 to 3, and now we are down to 2 pups and 5 adults. So we're actually back to the original size of the group over there. Well, one more and we'll be down there. We have no idea what happened, and this is only as of yesterday afternoon. So we'll just wait and see what happens there. There's not much we can do about it. In fact, there's nothing we can do about it, and it is part of nature. The good news that I have for you is that our shell duck family still has 5 ducklings, so that's a bright light in our morning out here. We're still waiting for these little guys to get out of bed. I think it's not going to be too much longer. So we must just bite the bullet over here and see what happens. It's a beautiful day. The temperature's nice. There's a bit of a breeze, but not bad. Yeah, and it's with these meerkats and those kind of things, this is completely to be expected. And I don't know why it takes me by surprise every time. Yeah, Megan says nature is rough. It is rough, Megan, but that is absolutely nature. It is the survival of the fittest that we in. It doesn't necessarily just mean physically fit, but it's also, you got to have your wits about you. It's not just about being the biggest and the strongest and the one that can go the furthest. Often the one that goes out the furthest is the one that's going to get eaten first. So we are another meerkat down, but we're still on our quota of ducklings. So it'll be interesting just to watch the space and see how these things develop. This meerkat group is still a fantastically cohesive unit. It's got a long way to go. I mean, even if there were only 2 meerkats left, just 2 adults, they can still make a go of things and they can raise pups and that. So yeah, I wouldn't be too panicked or stressed just yet. And at the end of the day, this is nature, like you say, and these things happen, and it's completely to be expected. And I was saying, I don't know why it always surprises me. Like David and I were chatting about yesterday, every time it happens you get disappointed, and you think, well, but that's perfectly normal for nature. Pups get raised, ducklings get raised, chicks get raised, cubs get raised, and they die, they get killed, that kind of thing. It's just what happens out here. And it's harsh, but the ones that survive are the key ones for the survival of the actual species.
Right, we are just doing a tour of Pride Lands, visiting all the different water holes, and so far it's been rather quiet. I'm not going to lie. It's been a quiet morning. I wonder if all the wind has caused everything to hide away this morning. It's nice and still for now. There's a few francolin coming down to the water's edge to drink. It's very far away though. But yeah, we're just busy adventuring around. We had leopard tracks earlier, but my goodness, I think the leopards here at Pride Lands have evolved to have wings, because the tracks of that leopard just literally disappeared into thin air. It was quite amazing. So we were driving around looking for whether it maybe had a kill stashed somewhere. That was why it wasn't coming out onto any of the roads in that area, but no luck. Well, we'll get there eventually. But yeah, nice and quiet at Ndlovu Dam. No elephants have turned up yet this morning. I'm sure they won't disappoint us. They'll be along. Today we're going to be out a little bit later than normal. We'll be out till about 10:30. So once it starts getting warmer, which it undoubtedly will, we will have a lot of action at these water holes. Certainly. Oh, there's some monkeys coming down. That's quite cool. Close to there where the elephants normally dust bathe, there's a couple of vervet monkeys just galloping down to the water's edge. Hello, monkeys. These cheeky monkeys are always in our camp. The other night they were roosting in the trees above the dinner table, unbeknownst to us, and as you can imagine, things got a little bit dicey. Alright, so whilst we watch these monkeys just sating their thirst, we shall enjoy it.
Welcome back to the Masai Mara. Here I've driven another 3 kilometers, and we are in the middle of another very big herd of wildebeest. Here we are towards Ulololo Plains. All the wildebeest today are focused heading towards east from where I am. My vehicle is facing west, direct towards Olololo escarpment. So my east is off to my right, and that's where they are heading. We had lots of rain last night, and I think that's what has turned them, and they're heading towards the Governor's Plains, Kichwa Tembo airstrip. If you are familiar with these areas, that's where the wildebeest are heading. All these are females with the young ones. As you can see, they're all mixed up together. These are the guys that are only a few months old. Some of them are trying to keep up with their moms as much as possible. You know, they still need a little bit of that nutritious milk. Look at this guy. He's got that, you know, deadly sharp horns. He's only about 4 months, I would give him. And he's trying to keep up with mom. Remember, this time of the year, it's very delicate for them, because if they snooze, they lose. If they get spooked and they don't catch up with their moms, it means it's the end of them and their moms. They get wind, so they have to keep very, very, very close. The other one behind these two seems to have lost its mom, so it's all by itself. This is, you know, nature's way of separating them. Sometimes it might sound harsh, but for the wildebeest, it's very normal. Yeah, very much the same as yesterday. Lots of itching and scratching going on. Remember, this is the annual migration coming to you live and direct courtesy of CGTN, Digital Safari, and hashtag Wild Earth, live and direct from the Masai Mara. Hear the sounds they make? Let's listen to that a little bit. Butterfly, thank you for your interesting question. Do wildebeest have a leader? No, they don't. Whoever decides to lead, leads. I have seen a crossing where a 3-month-old decided to cross the river, and everybody followed. And I have seen a case where, you know, they have followed the zebra. I've seen a case where they've followed an old one, so they don't have a leader. Over here, majority of the ones you see are females with the young ones. Usually males have got a thicker boss. The boss is the area between the horns that forms those knobbly knobs. It's much thicker. The females is not as well pronounced. For the males is very pronounced. The guy we're looking at there is a male. Yeah, the guy there is a male, so you can say, you know, he's very thick. Even the one to the right, he's a male. We'll be showing you a female later on. Whenever you can, James. It looks like they're having a rest, so we're gonna have a rest a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to Andy and Pinda, where the dust has settled somewhat. This male lion has a little bit of an audience, with 3 youngsters watching him as he carries on devouring that warthog. The lionesses have sort of succumbed to not bothering him anymore feeding. They're both out of picture, just sleeping at the moment. But the 3 youngsters in picture are slowly, but yeah, just trying to nibble at what scraps that they can get at the moment. He's been lashing out at them every now and again. You'll see they slowly but surely inch forward, trying to get more and more of that warthog, but he's even reluctant to share with them. A very deep guttural sort of sound that he lets off with a bit of a paw lashing as well every so often. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one of those, that's for sure. But have a look at how they feed these youngsters. They prick their ears back and try and sort of tuck in. And might not be able to see it now, but they've got those very flat noses, which in situations like this allow them to breathe out the side while still feeding at the same time. To, just try and inhale what they can while they can. And I'm sure these patient lionesses might get some sort of reward at the end of this morning, but I don't think that male's going to stop. By the time we see him again emerge from that thick area, he's probably going to be bursting at the seams. He's going to be so full. But the youngsters are still trying their luck there with what they can get. Where they are as well is quite nice, and often you'll see predators do that, is drag whatever it is that they've killed into a thicket like this male lion, out of sight and out of mind from birds of prey and even vultures that might suss it out from a height.
So I didn't have much luck with the mating pair. I cannot find any signs of them. Only reports from last night, but we have got Miss Cara over in Simbambili, up a marula tree with a kill. The kill is behind her. And from where I am, it looks like a diker. I could be wrong, but I think it's a diker. I cannot tell if it's male or female from here. And Cara, everyone, is Shadulu, the Duchess of the West's daughter. From her first litter, Shadulu's... Oh, we've got a hyena coming. There was a jackal earlier. We've missed the jackal, but the hyena's right there. You see it, BK? The hyena's not going to get any luck climbing this tree, that's for sure.
Am I right?
So... Cara is actually quite skittish. She's very relaxed right now because she's up a tree, but generally with vehicles she's not great. And she's about 18 months. She was born January of 2018 going into 2019. She's very small, petite leopardess. Her father's Hukamure. And we only really name leopards once they reach a year. So before a year, she was called the Hukadulu. And I'm not going to lie, I love it. A mixture of Hukamuri and Shadulu, Hukadulu. And she's at that age where she's completely sort of gravitating towards independence. Normally, female leopards make their way towards independence about 18 months. Males normally stay with their mothers, male cubs, until about 2 years. They stay with their mothers longer. She's snarling at the hyena. The hyena's right at the bottom of the tree. We can't give you a view, I'm afraid, because there's another vehicle. Murray, you're 10 years old, and I think the question was, what spot pattern does Cara have? I hope that was your question. I believe it's 5'5". Now, each individual leopard does have a unique, so it's 5'4", a unique spot pattern. It doesn't have to be even on both sides. So she's obviously got 5 on one side and 4 on the other. And the hyenas, I don't know if the hyena has actually spotted that there's a leopard above it, or it's given up already. I'm not sure. But it's not completely unique to each leopard. There are leopards in the area that have similar spot patterns, but Cara's 5'4", and I don't know if you'll agree, Murray, or if you know her parents, but I think Cara is a spitting double of her father, Hukamuri. Really, she's a mini Hukamuri in a more petite and feminine manner. But they actually limit the number of vehicles around Cara on the ground to 2, which is quite quite unusual for an 18-month-old leopard, but she is very skittish. So we're going to sit here and watch our beautiful leopard.
So the meerkats are finally out this morning. It is still a little bit breezy, but it's not a cold wind, which is really, really good. So I don't think it's going to impact on them at all. And we've only seen 2 pups, so that's pretty much confirmed. You never know. There could be one downstairs still, but so far it's just 2 pups that have popped out, and then they went down again. But it is the 5 adults that we can still see here. So this group is down to 7 now. And when we started with them originally, those of you with us, you'll remember there were 6. So we're still 1 up on that. And let's see how it goes. And you must also bear in mind that although it's sad that we're losing pupsuckers, it becomes progressively easier for the group to provide really, really good foraging the fewer pups there are. And that's not a thing of, and that's kind of like that balance in an environment like this, is saying, well, if that's the case, why don't you just have 1 pup or 2 pups from the start and get it over with? But it doesn't, nature doesn't work like that. You know, if you this kind of size and you can suffer predation from a huge range of things, you don't want to like put all your eggs in one basket and say, okay, well, we'll just have 1 pup this year or 2 pups and hope that they survive. You know, you'd rather hedge your bets, have a couple more, knowing that in terms of the face of predation out here, you're likely to lose them anyway. So it's not all bad. And we mentioned that yesterday. You know, we were talking about the ducklings, and we were even comparing it to, you know, seed pods. Leo has asked, how do you tell the difference between a male and a female meerkat? Well, you can actually just look at the genitals. That's the easiest way. There's no question. Males, in fact, yeah, that's the easiest way. And then also you can look at the nipples. That's also very, very obvious on the adult animals. The youngsters, obviously a little bit more challenging there, but essentially the same thing. David's trying to have a close look now. But I love spending time with you, and I know we've battled over the past couple of days with locating them. We've had some ups and downs, but I'm really glad that Veronica, meerkat habituator, that's back. She's also managed to locate them now, and she did an absolutely sterling job because they were missing yesterday. We were put on completely on the wrong track as to where they were, but Veronique put in some good effort, and she actually managed to locate them here, which is well, I'm very, very pleased about. So now that we're back on track with them, we can spend a bit of time with them. And for those of you who are interested in our mystery animal in that tree, David and I actually went past there earlier, and the animal is still there, but no sign of it emerging yet. So I think on that score we're just going to have to bide our time and just be patient. All will be revealed, but not today.
So we were sitting at the dam, and I noticed something happening, and I tell you, it's one of my favorite natural phenomenon of the season, and that is the knobthorns are beginning to flower, which is amazing. It's quite early, but not too early, and you can see all these dark purpley colored catkins that are then turning into white fluffy flower catkins, well, like these long tail-like flowers, and that is something spectacular, and it happens in abundance. All the knobthorns are going to start flowering, and when they do, this whole tree will turn into almost looks like a white cotton candy. It's really awesome. And why the tree is doing this is because nothing else is flowering now. It'll be one of the first trees, one of the first species that flowers in the springtime, and then all of the birds and insects' attention will be on this tree, ensuring that it gets maximum amount of pollination, which is really cool. Most other things will only flower closer to November, December time, once the rains are starting to hit and once there's lots more heat and light intensity. So the knobthorn trees are flowering early, in order to maximize their pollination. And what's really interesting, TDH, or tall, dark and handsome, that big, tall, dark giraffe that always hangs around our camp, we saw him nearby recently, actually earlier this morning, and giraffes are also one of the pollinators of knobthorns, which is quite unusual. There's not many mammals that are considered major pollinators of trees, but certainly giraffes are one of the major pollinators of knobthorn trees, which is great. In fact, a little bit earlier today we saw lots of flies and things on there. It is beautiful. I'm glad you all think so, and it will be even more spectacular in about a week's time when we have the whole tree flowering. So yes, we saw lots of bees and flies. So this will become a hive of activity. We'll have lots of flies and bees, and birds will then turn up to deal with. Oh my goodness, look, there's a little spider that's joined my little stone elephant. Oh, now he's jumped into my finger. How's it going? Oh, he's disappearing. Come back here. Don't be shy. Oh no, he's bungeed away. He was just walking right here on this little stone elephant as our mascot. And then he jumped onto my finger and then jumped down again. So even around these trees, you'll find so many spiders as well to catch all those insects and things that are flitting about. There'll be birds. There'll be so much activity. So I'm glad it chose our little mascot here to come and hang out. I can just see the little web that it made. You can't see it nicely in the light now. It made a bungee web as it jumped off. That's cool. So yes, knobthorn trees, amazing amazing trees that are flowering early, lots of pollinators. So if you're a keen birder, it's a great place to spend an afternoon with those flowering knobthorns.
Welcome back to And Beyond Pinde, everybody, where not much has changed. As we start to peel the layers off, it's starting to warm up quite nicely. A couple of the lionesses who were lying out exposed in the sun have sort of ventured closer and closer to that male lion into a more shady patch, but haven't quite stepped on any toes around that warthog just yet. Looking for a morsel to eat, but yep, that male still tucking into what's left of that warthog, and a couple of youngsters are doing the same. Many of them are there around there. I see two, and there might be one more off to the left behind that lioness. You can already start to see, you might just be able to see a couple of the flies. Lenny, you're asking if lions have spiked tongues like domestic cats. They are really, really rough tongues, lions' tongues, as are domestic cats. Almost like 50-grain sandpaper, if you will. And that male lion that you see in the picture behind that youngster is able to lick flesh off of bones, and he's probably doing that behind that youngster as we speak. But they do have really rough tongues, rough sort of spiky tongues. Yes, there you go. And have a look at how he eats now with the side of his mouth. He's got those carnassial shears right at the back of his mouth that are like scissors that enable him to cut bits of meat and flesh and sometimes skin and sinew that he'll then eat. And he's just devouring chunks of that whole. I mentioned those flies now, they're a little bit of a smell. With the youngsters or with that warthog, but I think you are going to go learn a little bit more about lion dynamics.
Most cats are solitary creatures, with lions being the only exception. A pride consists of 4 or 5 lionesses and their cubs. The whole pride will protect and mentor these youngsters, often carrying them off and saving them from their own curiosity. Bonding between the adults and the cubs often shows these cats' cute and cuddly side. Contrary to what popular culture would have you believe, male lions are not part of the pride and live in coalitions. Young males leave their prides in their adolescence, brothers and cousins roaming the wild in search of a territory of their own. In time, the males settle and look to fortify their feline lineage. Although lazy when it comes to finding their own food, males have an endearing bond with their cubs. But conflict is never far off, as stronger youngsters are always on the horizon, lying in wait to take over territory and claim a pride for themselves. It is an awful sight, but pushes the females of the pride into estrus, allowing the incoming males to state their claim and further their own bloodline. The dynamics displayed by these social cats are intriguing and ever-changing, a contradiction of cuteness and feline ferocity.
Lions are really interesting creatures. Everybody, you can, for the majority of the time when we are lucky enough to find them, like just slipping out of picture there, that lion is fast asleep is how we find them most of the time. But from the cute and cuddlies with their backs to us, busy eating, and then that male lion who is part of a coalition, but his brother I don't think is anywhere near us at the moment. He was the one that we saw, if you've been watching the show, a couple of days back with one of the other lionesses on the other side of this reserve. But I wonder if we'd be able to see at such a young age, these little ones, we'd be able to see their spots on their belly, which they will eventually grow out of. So it's still very, very cute and cuddly like we saw now, but around the dinner table or the breakfast table here is where we really see their true character. They are not afraid to sort of lash out at each other at a young age, and they fight for every last bit of meat that they can get. A meal like this I don't think is going to last this pride of lions too long, especially that these lionesses haven't hunted or haven't gotten anything to eat from this hunt.
Hi everyone, again. Here we are sitting with a fish eagle. Very glorious looking fish eagle who's enjoying the glorious warmth of the sun on a chilly morning. Now he's not alone in this area. Let me be quiet for a while and I'll let you listen to some of the birds feeding on the jackalberries to our left. Here's some Cape glossy starlings, some red-billed buffalo weavers, greater blue-eared glossy starling, some green pigeons in there too. So that this tree's just come into fruit, which means that it's very popular amongst the frugivorous birds. There you can hear the green pigeon. Then, off to the right-hand side, now I'm going to test young Theo here. There is a woodpecker. Now Theo, if you follow the main trunk, right, of this tree, and you go to the right, at least to the left, so left at the main fork, you got it, okay, well done. It is a bearded woodpecker. Is it? I'm not sure that it is. I think that's a Bennett's woodpecker. Give me 1 second. You got the sounds of the fish eagle there. Possibly well, I don't know. I love the sound. I just feel it's rather overdone. It actually looks like a golden-tailed woodpecker. No, it's definitely not a golden-tailed woodpecker. Yeah, it's a Bennett's. That surprises me greatly. They're supposed to feed on the ground, mainly. Mandy, a fish eagle's main predator is probably other eagles, like a martial eagle, but they have few predators. You know, I mean, I didn't even think of a Bennett's woodpecker for this one, given that it was feeding up in a tree. But that's what it is. A male Bennett's woodpecker. Yes, Peter, it is a male Bennett's. I just had to check in my app because they are normally ground feeders, or often ground feeders, and this one is pecking away like a standard issue golden-tailed or bearded. As I said bearded, I thought to myself, hang on a second. It can't be right. And there it is. That's the lovely call of the green pigeon you can hear. Gloo, 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 gloo. Gloo, 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 gloo.
Well, always interesting to see the woodpeckers and their interesting behaviors. Look at what we found again. He's another male lion, and he's got 2 kills. Just to add to what I was saying earlier, it's time of plenty and they become fussy. Usually it's unusual in the normal times of the year to see a lion with 2 kills, but in this case he's got 2 fully grown wildebeest. One has been eaten almost to the chest, and the other one, I don't know if James, if you can zoom in for us so we can see the other one. I don't know if you can differentiate. There is one, to the left of his head. He looked like he's dead, but he's not. He's just bloated. He's eaten too much. Could you show us his tummy, James? Sorry, apologies. Yeah, you see, he's bloated. He's been eating, he's been gorging himself. They need to do this, and especially males, because they don't know when the next meal is gonna be. It's time of plenty, it's time to fill up. Lions' bellies are like elastic. They expand as they eat. And if they find something to eat, they will eat every day. He's not alone, but to my left, it's only that the angle we cannot show you, and the positioning, there looks like 3 fully grown lionesses there to our left. You cannot see them. We'll be showing them when I change the angle, but we just wanted to show you this guy who's got double jackpot. See back there, the wildebeest, I think they were part of this guy who died, and they're staying at a distance. Where he is, it's a prime estate, because there is a watering hole, and those guys are getting thirsty there. So if he sticks here, it looks like he's gonna be eating well for the next coming days, because every time those guys are forced to drink, they will have to come, and all he needs to do is just move a little bit away, and then they come to drink, and he'll get one. You see, that's the watering spot, and for miles either direction, it's just nothing but this watering spot. So he's in a prime estate, and if he holds his ground here, he's gonna be doing well for the rest of the migration. He's not the only one. Yeah. John T, thank you for your question. You ask how long their teeth can get. I assume you are asking maybe fully grown lioness or lion. They will grow to about 2 inches, and that is very, very long for a lion. That's how long they grow up to. That is a fully grown lioness of about 6.5, 7 years. That's how long they get. You can see he's panting, so he's not dead. He's just trying to, relax and position himself in an angle where digestion can take place without obstructing his nasal passage or his airway, so that he can continue breathing. Remember, lions lack, spores on their skin, so all excess heat is lost through the mouth. Combined with the heavy digestion, they pant sometimes very fast. But he is in a good spot where it's cool, so he's not, getting hot. I'm gonna relax just like him for a little bit.
These little guys are just sunning themselves. They've been doing a little bit of burrow maintenance as well. But what is interesting on this side of the burrows, moving in that direction, there's actually a set of African wildcat tracks. They're not fresh. It's about a day old, but it does just highlight the fact again that these little guys are really at the mercy of this environment, and there are so many ways for a meerkat, adult, sub-adult or pup to actually get gobbled up out here. Whether it's by an African rock python, a goshawk, killed in fighting with other meerkats perhaps, African wildcats, caracal, leopards, jackal. I mean, there are so many odds stacked against these little guys, and yet they persist in these environments. They survive, and they don't just survive and persist, but they actually thrive in these environments. Meerkats distribution covers an enormous part of southern Africa, and they're a very, very, very common species, and if they weren't equipped to survive in these environments, we definitely wouldn't be seeing them around like we do. Batelia, do you get any fires during the dry season? I really, really enjoy that question, and there's a number of different levels to it. The short answer is the fires track the rainfall. So if you've had a couple of years of above average rainfall, let's say 2-3 years of above average rainfall, your fuel load, which is essentially your grass, your vegetation, builds up, and then you can get fires a couple of following years. But as we're sitting out here now, there just really isn't the fuel load to be able to sustain a fire. Our primary ignition points or ignition sources for fires out here are lightning. Lightning strikes in the summer months, and it's actually really at the onset, just before the rains come, at the onset of the stormy season. The vegetation is tinder dry, the rains actually haven't started yet, lightning comes and you can actually get fires forming like that. But this kind of vegetation now, okay, when David is filming it from that angle, you're looking at across it, it looks like there's this dense sward of grass. It's actually mostly bare sand where we're walking. And this kind of grass is called Kalahari sour grass. It literally crumbles to nothing over the coming weeks or coming months. You'll see there'll be next to nothing out here, and this really can't sustain fires. So fires are not a big problem in this environment, but fires are also crucially important for the survival of many, many, many species. There's not that many in this area that are super dependent on fires, but you get what they call the Cape Floristic region, which is in the southern parts of South Africa, like right along the Cape Mountains over there. There are species there that are wholly dependent on fire for their very survival. And if you exclude fires from the system, those species will be lost completely. They will literally go extinct if fires aren't there. So fires are vitally important. The problem that we're having globally these days is frequency and intensity of fires. And I know it sounds crazy because you've seen these devastating fires that we have in the States and Australia. It's all very, very well known to us. But the natural human reaction is to go out and say fires are bad, we need to prevent fires. All that does in the long run, if you're preventing fires on a natural cycle from moving through these systems, is you can get an excessive fuel load building up, and when a fire does come through, the effects are horrific, and you can lose species like that. And we've seen this played out so many times in so many different environments. The human tendency, fire is bad, you keep fires out, you exclude them, and when they do eventually move through, you lose pretty much everything in an ecosystem. So yeah, fires are crucially important. They've been around for millions of years. Species have evolved with fires, and not just over the last 6,000 years, but over millions and millions of years. These systems are absolutely reliant and totally dependent on the presence or absence of fire.
We just had the most sweetest views of her. She's just turned her head, I'm afraid. I don't quite... Oh, there we go. Oh. She's very petite, and considering her mother is quite a large leopardess, she's very small. In primiparity among female leopards, what that means is the first time they will give birth, her first litter, is influenced by not only sort of social cues, social boundaries, it's also physiological, of course. And they're said to mate normally around 3 years. Now, this is an average figure. But in some leopardesses, 3 years old, they're still trying to establish their territories. So physiologically, they're capable, biologically, they're capable of, they will go into estrus and they can conceive. It's said to be really unlikely that that litter would be successful because she's not ready to sort of successfully give the cubs what they need. She needs to set up a territory that has prime access to water and other resources, prey. Then, of course, establish who her neighbouring leopardesses are. Now, for females, one of the neighbours is most likely going to be her mother. They will share a territorial boundary, but there will be other neighbouring leopards. She also needs to take in consideration the dominant males and will most likely try and mate with them all to confuse paternity. So once they've got sort of established residency, then they're ready to go through with the pregnancy, lactation and cub rearing. So it's quite a process for a young female leopard. I can just see a bird over here. Just want to check. I think it's a tawny eagle. BK, just over here at about 1 o'clock. I think it's a tawny. There's a tawny eagle over there. It's quite far away, but just gauging by the coloration. Buffalo, you're asking, do leopards get fur balls? Like domestic cats do. I believe they can, but leopards are very, very fussy eaters, and they will not just eat hair. They really will do their best to pluck the prey. They actually normally are exhausted from the hunt, so by the time they hoist it, they normally rest. Then when it's time to start eating and opening the carcass is quite a process. They don't just eat all the hair, so they avoid that. But I believe they can. They can actually vomit up hair as well because they're meticulous groomers. So they do also swallow a lot of hair when they groom themselves. So yes, I believe they can. So I think we might reposition here to get a far better view of Miss Cara.
So while Lauren's repositioning, so is this guy. He's found himself in a bit of a dilemma at the moment. You can see he's got it looks like the neck of that impala. He had it in his jaws now. And he's trying to move it. I think he's trying to turn it around to maybe get to a different part of the meat. But that tree that he's in, there's quite a dense section there. It also looks like there's a creeper of some sorts growing there, so it was very difficult for him to actually move it. And as you can see, he's struggling a bit at the moment. At first it looked like he wanted to take it up higher. That didn't work. So I'm sure he might try again. The hyena's also come back. And right below him at this point is the hyena, so that complicates things a bit. You can see right over there, he's already dropped a small piece, and that's why the hyena's got a head down. You can see it's licking the ground where a small piece dropped, and then looking back up at the leopard, just watching what it's doing. But should anything happen and that leopard drop the carcass, then that hyena will take it. But now it's looked like he's given up. He's left it. I think he's repositioned it and probably hooked it in a little bit in a more stable position. And he's moved off to the side and he's gone and lay down a branch facing towards the sun. You can see there's the hind leg laying down. He's busy grooming himself. All that meat and fur on the paws. There's probably also a bit of blood and maybe even some salt. So after he's grooming, you'll notice he keeps licking himself around the mouth, the teeth. He's licking the claws underneath, getting all that blood and fur out. He's making sure that he gets in between the toes. You can see his tongue's even stained a little bit red from the blood from the impala. Often once he's done grooming, he takes out all that fur that's stuck in between the teeth. And he'll lick himself on his lips, around his mouth, try to clean his teeth a little bit. I think he might settle here for now, so we'll probably try and reposition and see if we might get a better view of him as well.
Well, we were sitting with this tall, dark and handsome giraffe, and it was in the most wonderful position, stretching its neck to its full length, and now it's decided to go and stand on our dam wall and probably disappear. Oh, never mind, he's going to do a little catwalk. Busy feeding on some of these knob thorns, just as we were talking about earlier. Knob thorns and giraffes are one of their main pollinators, but of course, he's not playing the game nicely with us. But it's a beautiful giraffe, isn't it? A dark color. He is, of course, going to do exactly as I suggested and disappear around the back of the dam. I'm going to have to try and see if we can move a little closer to him to see if we can get a slightly better look, because he is such a gorgeous giraffe. He deserves a good look. Oh, he's disturbed a bunch of spur fowls there. So you see what he's doing. He's using his full length, which is something you won't normally see female giraffes doing. It's only really the males that you'll usually see do that. I'm going to try and move us a bit closer just to see if we can get a slightly better look at him, because he is gorgeous. Giraffes do exactly this thing that we found here at Pride Lands, is every time we stop to look at them, the minute, the second almost that we decide to put the camera on it, they decide to start walking off and doing all sorts of other things. There we go, that's a little bit better. Now we can see him a bit clearer. Oh, sorry, yeah, my head is in the way. I just want to be able to show you a little bit of... Alright, it sounds like we've got some tech issues, so we're going to see if they clear up, and in the meantime, enjoy this view.
Welcome back to the Mara, guys. These are the part of the three females I mentioned earlier. These, I think, it is the Owinos. I will be clarifying that with my colleagues in camp. Those are two, and then if you look back there is another one. Yeah, all of them lined up. So the other one's in charge of killing the 2 kills I showed you earlier, and together with the male. Yeah, so they've been eating well. They've decided that one has decided to move away from where I am. They have a mind of their own, so I can't blame them. I don't know why she decided to move. Maybe that spot became too obvious and it wanted to change position. From where they are, you can see the wildebeest are not very far, and they're all making, in a way, they're leaving this area. When they move like that, they usually wear out the ground, sweeping the grass as they leave. It looks like this afternoon we might not have any wildebeest here. I don't know what her plan is, but she has moved further down. But I will be monitoring her to see if she's gonna start stalking. When lions are full, it doesn't mean that they won't go for a kill. They're very much like a large cat. If chance prevails itself, they will stalk and kill. I have seen lions with even 5 kills, only consuming 1. They just get into a killing frenzy and just kill. You can tell this female is breathing fast. Digestion, breathing is taking its toll. So she's breathing very, very fast. Yeah, we are still here in the beautiful Masai Mara. Harley, thank you for your question. You asked, why are the trees so spaced out? This is as a result of elephants uprooting young shoots. And usually the ones that don't get uprooted are the ones that end up, growing. As you can tell over here, it's an area either they didn't visit much, so they got the tree lucky and actually grew up to what they are. Some areas you usually see just one. It's a mixture of different types of trees. The one the lion is under is a Boschia coriacea. Yeah, I think that lioness is trying to think, should I follow the others or not? Well, it's a mixture of different types of trees. If I look closer, that one looks like a gardenia. It's got very, white flowers, and they're very fragrant when they're flowering. Can you see the flowers there, Big James? Can you zoom in? I can see 2. They can be in the colors of yellow or white. There we go. There you go. Actually, that's white, but they have withered. They really smell really nice. It looks like they're drying up. So this is a gardenia angustifolia. It's a very shrubbery tree full of very prickly twigs. Very hard for anything to go under it or climb it.
These little guys are actually starting to move away now. There's still a couple there at the burrow, but there's 2 of the adults that have moved way down to the left-hand side of the frame, actually way out of frame. So they're actually moving off foraging. And remember I mentioned the African wildcat tracks earlier, so they're quite wind-blown, not too fresh, but it does mean that there's an African wildcat frequenting this area. And this is the key point when they're moving away from a known burrow system like this out into the open. They don't know what's been going on during the night. They don't know where the wildcats are. They don't know where the goshawks are and that kind of stuff. So it's always, this is like a touch and go time for the meerkats when they're moving away from the burrows. Sassia has asked, how far from the nearest waterhole are these meerkats? The nearest waterhole, straight line distance from here, is about 4 kilometers. But bear in mind that they are water independent. They don't need to drink, so they are not tied to waterholes. They're getting enough moisture from their prey items that they eat, whether it's invertebrates or geckos or birds' eggs, that kind of stuff and that. So they're absolutely independent of water, and you get them in the harshest landscapes. What we're seeing here with this bit of vegetation and that kind of stuff is actually like a meerkat paradise. You get them in super arid areas with almost no vegetation around and no surface water.
Cara has moved. She's repositioned. I thought she was going to go to her kill, which is definitely a diker. You can really see her mother and her father mixed in. Oh, she's gonna move. It's not the most sturdy of branches, everyone. And talking about water, leopards are actually not really water dependent. You will see them drink, but they get a lot of their sort of moisture and hydration from the blood in the kill. So they definitely don't need to drink. Wow. They definitely don't need to drink every day. Look at those little back legs. She's not happy. She keeps repositioning. So hopefully at some point she's going to go back and eat her breakfast.
Look, we've got Tandy and her little cub. As found by Rexon and Aubrey this morning. There's a hyena growling, is what you can hear. Isn't he cute? Oh, we've got there is a kill here, up in one of the trees. Tandy's just gone down into the drainage. She's just below us. Oh no, let's just stay on the cub there, Theo. I can see Tandy, but let's just stay on the cub. Mum is going up the tree now. She's just in front of us there, Theo. You can see her. There's a kill up there, which is fantastic because it means that she should be here for a little while. And the cub is a little bit nervous. Isn't that wonderful? Now we're not going to move at the moment because there is another vehicle approaching and we don't want to create a situation where the cub is nervous. Tandy's gone up into a tree. There is a kill there, so we're just going to be very patient and wait and see what happens. Here comes the little one moving down now. There's Tandy emerging onto the branch. She's calling him.
Next.
Let's just wait and see. She is calling. He's coming down towards the base of the tree. He's not there yet. Here he comes. You got him there? Can you see him, Theo? He's coming. He's going to arrive at the base of the tree now. Yeah, he's just there. Here he comes. There he is. He's right there. Can you see him? You got him. Just straight through the bush. Not quite. Can you see the base of this tree there? He's looking straight at you. Base of the tree. I think the bushes are in the way. I don't think you can see him. Yeah. You're in exactly the right place. Let's go back to her for now. She's calling him. He's just having a little bit of an explore. I can see him now. He's coming down, I think, towards Tandy's tree. No, he's running off the other way. He's just exploring. He's going back up the bank to where he was. I think he saw the hyena. Yeah, I can hear a hyena moving through the bush now. That's why he's moving. Clever little fellow, although he could have just gone up his mum's tree and been totally safe. He was taking no chances. So he's moved off behind. And she'll wait and watch. I can just see his tail tip in the grass beyond.
Welcome back to Beyond Pinned, everybody, where that male lion has now left the remains of the warthog, and these two lionesses and the 5 youngsters have all started tucking in. Not sure if you can hear what's going on. And if you can hear that growling and snarling, everyone's sort of eating and breathing in the same space there. And these older lionesses have lashed out quite badly at the youngsters a couple of times, so much so that the one a little bit out of picture, in fact you can see her stomach now panting like that, trying to help digest that breakfast. She got up and she pinned this little cub or the youngster down to the point where it was literally squealing in agony, and it just sort of slunk it off very, yeah, in a not in a bad way. I don't think Mom did any damage to it, but you could see its ego was a bit tattered after that. Have a look now, ears all pinned back. Just listen to what's going on. You're asking if there's anything left of that kill. I can't see anything, and I can't imagine there to be much left at all. I just see a warthog leg that one of those older lionesses is picking off. Here comes a youngster back in picture, but besides legs and things like that, I think they've devoured what was left. So no, there can't be much left of this carcass at all. And I think that's exactly why you're hearing what you are with all the squabbles going on. A little head in the corner, the sort of middle left of your screen now, with its ears back, trying to get stuck in there. You might just see one of the bigger paws just give it a bit of a bop on the head just now. But just to hear these sounds coming from the lionesses and the youngsters is phenomenal. And really not something that you get to hear or witness very often at all. Looks like the lioness at the bottom of your screen has now given up. Wouldn't be surprised to, when they finish off what's left of it, venture down to that watering hole, have a bit of a drink and help digest that food.
You will not believe what has just happened here in Simbambili. Kara jumped out of the other marula, ran, I thought we'd lost her, and that we're not going to be able to catch up with her, onto a fallen over marula with a different kill hanging in the tree. This looks like an impala, or what used to be an impala. There's a hyena lurking around the bottom for scraps, also trying to jump onto this tree because it's a fallen over marula. I can't believe it. I think Kara has been hanging different kills in different trees. That's why the tawny eagle was here. I didn't realize that from so far away. The tawny was after this kill. Kara, you little huntress. She's been snarling at the hyena. The hyena's been trying to jump, which was slightly entertaining because hyenas' bodies are not sort of specialized for jumping or climbing trees, whereas leopards are. My goodness, girl. That's what Tandy used to do. I'm so happy James has got Tandy in the cubs. And cubs, sorry, one cub. Tandy used to kill lots of different impala and hang them in different trees. And I wonder if Kara's doing the same. She's young. She's exploring her own power. But this is an old kill. And it smells very old too. The other one, I believe the diker was from last night, from the information that I can gather. Neva, yes, absolutely. Leopards can technically get mange. Now, I've never seen a leopard with mange, but it's from a parasitic mite. And this is an arachnid. Basically, it mostly affects mammals, but it can affect so many different animals. The actual mite itself is called Scarcoptes scabies, which gives scabies in humans, and it's been found in 104 different species recorded to date. And this is from domestic livestock all the way to wild mammals. So yes, leopards technically could get mange. Oh, you're beautiful. But I've actually never personally seen a leopard with mange. The mite sort of embeds itself into the hair follicles of the animal, which Obviously for a mammal, they have so many hair follicles. And they'll burrow underneath the skin and create lesions, which will most likely end up getting infected. So it's not actually mange itself that directly kills the animal, but an animal can die, and it's normally from the reaction to mange. The hair loss itself is from an allergic reaction. So like the Inkuhuma cubs, when you see them with all those patches of hair loss, it's from an allergic reaction to the mite. And this in turn suppresses the immune system, and the animal then becomes very, very weak and unable to fight infections. So it's a really nasty circle, and that's what can cause death in the animal once that immune system is far too weak and they're just not able to fight infections anymore. It's not actually from the mite itself, it's from the symptoms that the mite produces. But yes, Neva, leopards technically could get mange. Now it's highly contagious, so it's spread from animal to animal, and that's why we tend to see it in lions more often, because lions, like you've been seeing, are very cooperative. They fight, they kill together, they allo-groom, they cuddle, they're always together. And that's why once one individual in a pride gets mange, it can quickly spread right through the pride. Whereas leopards, as you know, are solitary, so they have it a little bit easier when it comes to highly contagious little mites. I think Kara's been very protective over her kills. I wonder if she'll bounce back down again and leap to the other one. I can't see the hyena, but I imagine it's still down there, and that's what she's staring at. Didn't catch that name, but yes, she's been a very busy girl. Very busy. We saw her yesterday too, but we couldn't keep up with her. Bittersweet, yes, she's been very busy. And that's why we're seeing Shadulu, her mother, more on the eastern side, more on Juma. Shadulu shifting everything in order to make space for Kara, which is completely normal for female leopards. Tandy also did the same for Kalamba. She's very, very small though. Kalamba's much bigger than Kara here. She's really petite. I think she's still got a little bit of filling out to do. I think she's just been killing and hanging in trees and killing and hanging in trees. And I'm sure interactions between her mother Shadulu and Kara are still quite tender. They're still quite sweet. Whereas I think an interaction now between Tandy and Kalamba would not be sweet. It wouldn't be aggressive, but I don't think Tandy would really be impressed to see Kalamba. There would be a lot of growling and snarling. Okay, I'm going to do my very best to keep up with our little huntress here.
We are having a lovely time with Tandy. She is falling asleep on the top of the tree there. We've moved a bit, and we're hoping the young cub will come back. Now, quite interestingly, I know many of you will not be impressed with what I'm going to say next, but sitting next to me is Lex Hess. You can hear him talking now. He is the man responsible for calling this cub Wolfgang. And so, if that is a name that sticks with the cub, I will show you the face of the person responsible for it. Oh, this is perfect.
Your best is to come Mamba Road.
You will hear the dim crackle of rifle fire, which is in fact some very enthusiastic photography going on behind us. Siobhan, I'm not sure if I heard that correctly. Is this Tandy's only cub? Yes, at the moment. There were two in this litter, and the little female unfortunately died. We don't know how. She had a litter before this, neither of which survived beyond, I think, 4 months, maybe 3 months even. And so she's done pretty well to get him to this age. How old is he now? He is now... Oh, when was he born? He was born in June? No, in April, I think. He must be about 5 months old now. Can't believe I don't remember that. Anyway. April, I think. Isn't that special? We're so lucky. And I think we should be able to sit here for a little while yet. And we'll hope that the little cub comes out and comes to feed with Mum. So if you haven't seen this cat before, this is Tundi, approaching her 14th birthday at the end of the year. And it's closer than the end of the year. And her cub, born in March or April, I forget which exactly, is just off towards the left-hand side and was frightened away earlier by some elephants that came through. And I think when everything calms down, she'll probably call him to come and eat. You'll probably find that leopards start hunting for themselves almost immediately that they can come out of a den, and they'll start hunting little things like ants and termites they'll start with. And then you'll probably find that they expand from there as they get older, and eventually when they get to about 8 months of age, they're probably able to survive on their own. But they will start catching little things from almost as soon as their eyes open.
Okay, everyone, those who have been following us over the past couple of days, we've been doing our standby at the tree, and all is about to be revealed. Unfortunately, we weren't there when he popped out, but have a look here, slowly, there we go. There is the mystery creature that's been living in the tree, a sleepy monitor lizard. How awesome is that? I don't know if you can get much closer than that, David, but let's see if we can see the beady eye. Yeah. So those of you who are worried about it being a bird, I really had to throw you off the scent there a little bit. How awesome is that? So this little guy, he's been sitting in this tree for weeks and weeks and weeks now. In fact, right through the winter, he's been sitting in this tree. And every morning when David and I come past, and it's normally been like after the close of drive, he's been plastered on the side of the tree getting some sun. So I just thought we'd take a chance this morning and pop past, so you can all relax now that you know what it is inside there. But how beautiful is that, eh? Well, I didn't say it where it had feathers, if anyone's upset. It could have had feathers inside it, because this little guy will eat birds, so there's actually a very good chance he's got feathers somewhere inside him. So it's all relative. David, is there any chance you can get closer on that? Yes. Guys, how amazing. Look at those claws. Look at those beautiful eyes. And he's got such a safe spot inside that tree. I mean, the whole trunk is hollow. And he actually, like I say, he'll just spend every single night in there. In fact, most of every day. He won't even be foraging it. So he's literally kind of, there you get a nice idea of the tree. So he's literally just coming out during the day, getting a bit of sun, and then going straight back in. So he won't even be moving away from this tree at all. And that's why I was very happy to spend as much time as I needed, because I knew it would just be a matter of time before he actually came out. Oh, that's gorgeous, eh? Now, tell me that's not cute. Jackie has asked, what does this lizard eat? This guy, well, if it can fit something in its mouth, it'll eat it. They've been known to eat insects, birds' eggs, nestling birds, meerkat pups. You know, they've been known to scavenge on carcasses. They'll eat snakes, even puff adders. You know, it's a kind of viper that we get here. Some of them get quite large. These monitor lizards will eat them. So pretty much anything that they are fast enough to catch and overpower, they will eat. Super, super, super tough little animals. Very, very adaptable. And just so you know, I'm calling it a monitor lizard. It is a monitor lizard, but this is known as a rock monitor lizard. Where our colleagues are working, you get another species as well, which doesn't occur here, called a Nile monitor, or a water monitor. And this guy gets to about 1 meter in length, sometimes marginally over 1 meter. Those water monitors get a lot longer. They're like miniature crocodiles. And it's always very funny working on reserves with our kirks. They will often bask in the sun on vegetation overhanging water. And if you disturb them, they literally just dive off the branches straight into the water. Look, there he's going back. He's saying, oh, he's getting all camera shy now. I think David was winking at him. That's why he's like, I'm not sure about this. Yeah. So he's actually reversing into the hole in the tree. So he's got this beautiful cavity. And maybe we can call this lizard macavity. Those of you who know cats will know that analogy. Yeah, a cavity, there's nothing like a cavity. Why so serious? No, I'm just kidding. But what a sighting, eh? You're going from like lions in the Mara and wildebeest and giant crocodiles eating like 5 wildebeest at a time, leopards up trees, to this little guy just chilling. It's just beautiful, man.
Yeah, I'll tell you now. Still no sign of the little cub yet, I'm afraid. But I think patience will hopefully win the day. I can see a little bit of movement just beyond the bush where the cub went, so let me cast my binoculars there and see if I can't see some spots. I think it's just the wind. I can't see the wee youngster. So at the moment, Tundi very peacefully resting in her tree. There is a duiker just behind her, as you can see. I think that thing was probably killed early yesterday. But Aubrey found the tracks this morning and he reckons that they were very, very fresh from today. So I think she went to fetch the cub yesterday. At least this morning or late last night. just still staring off to the left to see if I can maybe spot the youngster, but nothing yet. There is also a hyena lying in front of us so close that we won't be able to get the camera onto it, I don't think. Can you even see it? It's there we are. Waiting patiently. And interestingly, I don't think that the cub was vaguely affected by the hyena. I think that it only left because of the elephants. And you can see Mum is utterly unconcerned. Please excuse all the human noise. Obviously there's a lot of enthusiasm for these cats. And in addition to a collared sunbird, oh my goodness gracious me. Now we are going to leave here and we're going to go back up to the Masai Mara when I'm actually getting slightly teary as I say this. The great David Katamba Gitu is about to read.
Jumbo everybody, and hello. Yes, I'm sure James is very excited wherever he is, but I don't think he is excited more than me. And to all of you, Jumbo and Jumbo again, I'm very happy to be back here. I cannot believe it's slightly under 1 year since all of us were together, and it's such joy. I'm full of joy to be here, and as usual, nothing has changed. My name is David, and with me on camera this morning is Bungei. Bungei, how are you doing, sir? We got in the camp last night and we're very excited to have this one huge meal. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm equally happy for your excitement, and it's quite emotional to be here at this particular moment, because I mean this is where my life is. It's my passion to be in the bush, and how nice to see such a huge male here. And we're trying to investigate who this male is, and Bungei will be showing you shortly, because he got some breakfast in the background, and you can see there's a huge amount of breakfast left, and this is what used to be a gnu, I would say, the last couple of hours. Thank you very much that my shuka is still there, my zebra boots are still there. I've been holding them for this particular moment. Thank you for your great comments. And I'm sure you know how to send the comments as you have always done before, and questions. And
welcome back to the Masai Mara, and look what is happening here. One of the lionesses has decided that what they have on the table is not enough. She wants to add something to the table. She's stalking. Those wildebeests might seem to be very close, but they're not. There are about, I would give it 300 feet, and she will have to get closer, but they're all to be very, very oblivious, about the lioness. I'm hoping that she's gonna, get closer, allow her to get closer. But the wildebeests are, doing their own thing. They're drinking, they're eating. So it's an exciting moment. Well, it would be nice to show you a kill or lion stalking. I don't know how much time it's gonna take. Hope we have enough time. But she has to check that everything is clear. Nobody is watching her. She's downwind. The cover in front of her is perfect. She has to judge everything, and this is what a real predator has to have. She is a good size. She is one of the youngest amongst the 4 I was showing you earlier, and I think, you know, she's still, you know, perfecting her hunting skills, and she's getting very experienced. She has done that twice. She has moved close, stopped. She's checking her area again. No, thank you for that angle. That's the distance now. You know, from where we are, it's around 60 feet, and from where she is around 300 feet. So she's still got a distance, but everything is perfect for her. She is downwind, there is enough cover, and the wildebeest are oblivious. Butterfly, thank you for your question. You asked me if she can bring a fully grown wildebeest by herself. Of course, yes. They weigh around 120 kilos, but they can bring down an animal 3 times their size. It's you know, an animal built for the kill, full of muscle, very strong. All she needs to do is perfect her stalking skills, but bringing down, it's not an issue. Of course, wildebeest sometimes do put up a fight, but it's one of the few animals I know don't fight for very long. So usually for a wildebeest, is an easy take for most lionesses. Look at that. This is all part of the migration, coming to you live from the Masai Mara, courtesy of Wild Earth. If you want to talk to us, please, you know, ask us any questions, hashtag Wild Earth, and, you know, interact with us. Beautiful. Look at that. They all spread out. Looks like off to my right there's a place where they've been drinking and then heading back. She's timing, you know, the perfect moment. I don't know what she's waiting for, but, you know, everything has to be perfect for her. At the moment, everything is, you know, on her side, because nobody knows she's here. I've given her quite a long, you know, a distance, so that, you know, they don't, while looking at me, they don't recognize she's there. So I'm hoping, you know, she's gonna get one. For some reason, she wants to get another one. They already have 2. She wants to add another one. There is a nice termite mound off to her left. I think she's gonna go for that. Yeah, they see it, that one there, off to the left of the screen. She's gonna go for that, I think, and go behind it, or either go in between that tree and the termite mound and go straight. So I'm not sure exactly where she's gonna go, but, you know, I wish I was in her mind and using her eyes and her brain to actually tell you what she's thinking. But at the moment, everything's to be perfect. The wildebeest are milling around. They're not worried about anything. She's picking, you know, the one she's gonna go for, and waiting for the perfect moment for her to go. I think this is gonna be my position for the next couple of minutes, just to see what's gonna happen. So don't go anywhere.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you never know. Sometimes lions will just gamble, and it is always try and error. Sometimes they're lucky and sometimes they're not. So when you're watching that hunt with Isaac, I repositioned a little bit, me and Bungay, and we came to those lionesses that you're seeing there under that particular what you call orange croton bush. And I think these particular lions or lionesses that you're watching belong to the pride that we call the Owinos. I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, know the Owino pride. I'm not sure why she just had a huge cough there. Maybe there was a fly that got into her throat, and they are together with the male that we saw back there. I'm still finding out which male this is, but from where we are, this territory here belongs to the Olololos. Look at how full she is. She got such a huge belly. Do you want to have a pee break or poo break? she is so full, that belly is full. I wouldn't want immediately to say she's pregnant. It's a long time since I've been seeing these cuts, and I would say this could be most likely from the wildebeest kill that you're just having for breakfast. So let's... Riandi, how are you? And that's a very good question. And you're asking whether I have seen the sausage parade yet. No, let me tell you one thing. I got into the camp last night and I couldn't wait to get here. And what we're doing now, we are testing everything and finding out that everything's working fine. And I said, as day one for me to warm up, I will start with all the carts that are close to our camp. And Owino Pride happens to be the closest pride to our camp. So most likely either this afternoon or tomorrow going forward, I will start looking for my very famous sausage pride. I'm sure you know how I love that pride. I ended up naming that particular area, and I'm sure Kirsty will remember, and I call it the Sausage Republic, because that pride is massive, strong, and they defend and protect that area. So let's find out what that female is going to tell that boy there. Then our more hellos. How are you doing? Such a huge belly she also got. So nice shoe there. I'll say for now 60% this particular male lion belongs to the Olololos. I'm still yet to get my bearings correct because quite some time since we've been here, you know, as I said, it's close to a year. I haven't seen these cats. You know, we all know we've been locked up in homes because of the COVID issues, but you know, so good to be back doing what we love doing. Hello, sir. Now, the Owino Pride, if I'm not forgotten, they always have 5 members or 5 lionesses, and 2 have walked out. And I would want to believe that also with Isaac hunting could be a member of this particular pride, because Isaac is not very far from where we are. And so funny, either that could be the lead female who could be going for a hunt. So she just woke up. I'm going to reposition a little bit and find out maybe where the other 2 girls are.
I can honestly say I have never seen a leopard behave in this way before. I am learning from young Cara this morning. She is bouncing between her 2 kills. She's running to one marula, checking it's still there, then running to the other marula. I would say they're about 100 meters apart. Would you agree, BK? Yeah, he's nodding. 100 meters, about 300 feet apart. But there's lots of sort of obstacles in the way, falling over trees, termite mounds. Once she's checked on one, she seems to go to a termite mound, stop. Oh, is that the tawny eagle coming in? Oh, she sees it. She sees the bird going for a kill. Oh my goodness. She's chasing it. Wow. She just ran up the tree and chased the bird off the kill. That was unbelievable. And now she's back at the other kill. That's why she keeps checking. I think she thinks everybody's going to steal her kill. Wow. I'm just going to check that definitely was the tawny, because there's a vulture waiting and there's a tawny waiting. No, that was a vulture. Sorry, my mistake. This is a hooded vulture. The bravest. The hooded came in to try and steal. The tawny's still in the tree behind us. Oh my goodness. I'm exhausted bouncing after our little Cara here. Everyone's saying, wow, yeah, she's got 2 kills. Definitely not the same age of kills, if that makes sense. One is fresher than the other, one is fuller than the other, and she just keeps on bouncing between the 2 of them. And I think we have to move and try and get closer to her again. And I don't believe this will be the last time that we move, though. One's there, and she just keeps bouncing between the 2. My goodness. What an amazing leopard. Amazing parents. I didn't expect anything less from this little youngster. There was 2. She lost her litter mate, who was a male, to another female leopard who killed. Very sad. Any apex predator will kill the offspring of another apex predator, even of your own species. BK, can we get a view from here? One last view of Kara in the tree. We're maybe going to position here and see what she does next.
So, over here we've also got a leopard in a tree, and as you can see, there is cozily snuggled up and busy sleeping at this point. Now he's moved around, you can see, look at the size of his belly at this point. Earlier on this morning, before he got up the tree and started feeding, he walked around a bit, he was quite active. And when we saw him, when we first arrived, he was breathing very shallowly. But now, he's so full, he's up in the tree in an uncomfortable spot. You can see his belly's overhanging that tree. He's trying to balance himself out. And because of the full belly, he's struggling a little bit with his breathing. Often when they eat, because the cats or the large predators in general, they can eat so much that they often struggle to breathe when they're very full. So Yvonne, when do leopards try or learn how to climb trees? And that is a very interesting question, but they're usually capable of climbing trees from a very, very young age. As soon as they can start to walk, they'll start climbing and playing up against trees, and from then very, very, very early on. So after the first 3-4 weeks, those little ones are already going up and down the trees. You often see that the little ones, especially when they're about 2 to 3 months old, and then well up until a year, they're often much better climbers than the large leopards, just because of the fact that they're so light and they can maneuver quickly around even the smallest of branches. Now, I think at the moment, this leopard has decided that it might settle for quite a while before it's actually going to make any more movements. I think it's found its spot, and we will probably stay with it to see what happens from here on.
High action here, high action indeed. In the knobthorn tree in which Thandi is sleeping, she has just moved her head and has now opened her eyes. The excitement is palpable, the shutters are clicking, and everyone is very excited. We cannot see the cub as yet. So I think what the cub is doing is snoozing off towards the left, probably ate its fill early this morning. But he'll come back at some stage today, hopefully, and climb into the tree. Can you see him? I thought Theo was about to tell me that he'd seen the cub, but no, he was just bored of looking at the leopard and thought that my visage might make a better picture. I'm sure you disagree. We're now looking at the hyena. And obviously all of you who have known Thandi for a long time, or you may have just met her, are enjoying spending an extended period with her.
So I have to see on the other side. Doing anything.
I think a little bit more silence might help the cub come out, but that will happen soon when everyone moves out. Tandy watching with, well, I wouldn't say disinterest, but contempt, I think, is the cat's general look. I had a rather ridiculous dream last night that I had gone somewhere or other and taken Hosanna with me, and he was for some reason almost entirely tame and behaved like a house cat. He was a bit smaller than he is in reality, but bigger than a house cat. And I woke up feeling so happy because I'd had Hosanna sitting on my lap and we'd played around in the garden. We were going to some conference or other, Hosanna and I. The strange thing about it was that he was a melanistic leopard, which was a bit odd, but it was definitely him. Tandy not particularly impressed with the dream I had about her brother. We've got a bit longer on drive, and so I think we're just going to sit here and not move anywhere else.
Here is still our lioness. She has sort of, eased her attention from looking at the wildebeest, but it's not over yet. Sometimes lions are termed as opportunists because they wait until sometimes the prey makes a mistake. There might be two males chasing each other for mating rights, or it might be a male trying to mount a female that might chase it towards her, or even something might spook them and then all of them head into her direction. So sometimes they, wait for chances like that to come, but at the moment and cannot, up and go. That is our male. I think he got tired. He's turned around. He hasn't been bothered. He hasn't. Oh. So as I, spoke about something, he stood up. I don't know what it is. Let me have a look of what he's looking at.
Alright, look what we found. This is amazing. So a group of our students were on a walk with another instructor, and they called us and told us they'd found an African rock python. And look at this, there's a massive, I think it's a female rock python, and she's just busy heading to the water right now. How incredible is that? It's a long time since I've seen a snake, and I think it's because it's now getting warmer. So the snakes are out and about. We saw a snouted cobra, 7-eyed, a little bit earlier, but it was a bit too quick for us to get on camera. Oh, it's going to go in the water. That's amazing. I wonder if it's going to have a drink, or if it's just going to start having a bit of a swim. Look at that. So it's not known often that snakes can swim, but pythons are very well known of using water to move from place to place, especially on hot days like this. They might just cool down using the water. How awesome is that? Look how, this is a big snake. I don't know how big exactly, but probably over 2 meters long. They can get maybe up to 6 meters. That is amazing. And look, now it's swimming. You can just see the movement of it under the water. They can hold their breath a short time, not very long, but they are reptiles, so they can slow down their respiration rate. Look at that, just with its head above. They'll often also do that when trying to avoid predation. If a leopard or some other animal was harassing it, it might move into water and then just duck its head under. Amazing. That was spectacular. Yeah. Thanks, guys. So you can move off that way. That's fine. Cool. So the students are just moving off. Yeah, that was amazing, hey? So you can see now, just under the water, it'll come out of the edge somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where it'll come out. But yeah, that's the first time for me. Spectacular to see such a beautiful big python. I've seen pythons, but years and years ago. It's the first time for lots of people as well. I'm so glad you could see that. Yeah, I'm so chuffed that we just saw this snake, and Seb and I just sent a message to one of the instructors to say, oh, we've just seen a really cool snake, and then he just said, oh, we've actually got one right now if you're interested. So I was like, yes, we definitely want to see that. So that's really, really cool. It's not often you see them, and we've had a really warm spell yesterday, followed by lots of wind, and then a bit cooler this morning. So maybe with the cool temperature, or yesterday's hot temperature, snakes came out, started moving. Then it got cold this morning, and then all the snakes must have been cold. They're already out, and so they're staying where we can see them to get warm, which is great for us. And it's one of the reasons why I think this morning we stopped at the dam. We heard lots of alarm calling, and I think Seb and I looked around. We found leopard tracks. We thought it might have been the leopard, but it was probably that python moving through the undergrowth at the edge of the dam. So that's really, really awesome to see. I'm so glad we got that on camera, because we were so like disappointed we didn't get to show you the snouted cobra, and now the python. So that's cool. I think I can just see its head just sticking up over there. We'll get one last look at it before it disappears, because that is really, really cool. Look at that. Massive python in the water. See its tongue just flicking in and out. Smelling the air. That's how snakes do smell and figure out if they flick their tongue out, and they've got a special organ there which gathers particles of scent from the air and brings it in so it can figure out what's around it. It's not moving too much. I'm sure what Seb and I will do is we're going to stick around with the snake a little bit and see where it goes, what it does. That's so cool. They'll often go into water as well, especially if they've been hibernating for quite a while, which they do generally do during the winter. They go underground or underneath a thick leaflet or log, and they'll not move. And then once they come out, they will want to wet themselves, bathe, clean themselves, and then rub their body against rough things to try and tear off an outer layer of skin, so they have a nice fresh layer of scales that are underneath that have been growing during their hibernation. Miva, I think it was Miva, does a python hunt? Yes, absolutely. In water, they will often hunt. They will literally move around at the edge of the water. They'll catch chicks. I know there was some grebes, I think, at one of the dams at Djuma, and those grebes would have been eaten straight away. The geese chicks, 100% will eat those, and many rodents as well at the water's edge. This python will 100% catch and eat those as well. It's interesting what it's doing. It's like bobbing up and down in that water. And it looks like it's moving its body. I wonder if it is not just maybe sort of exfoliating itself in that mud and that dirt. See what it's doing there. That is amazing. Yes, but it will eat a lot of things. And this python wouldn't have eaten the whole time during the winter. So now that it's summertime or spring is approaching, there'll be lots more rodents and lots more birds and chicks and all sorts of animals. And a python this size might be a bit of a stretch, but maybe the young of a duiker or something like that could have been caught by this as well. It's not a huge snake, maybe 3 meters long. So it's got a bit of growing to go, but definitely can catch small things. A snake keeps nostril out of its nostril out of its water out of its nostrils. I don't know that they can close their nostrils, but they just don't breathe underwater. So often you'll see, I've seen images of snakes underwater before, and you can just see a little air bubble that's at the nose. So by not breathing, the water can't displace the air, and so there's a little air bubble by the nose. I don't think they can physically close them. I mean, they're just like, they have a respiration system not so different to ours. The nose is connected to the mouth, so if we hold our breath underwater, we won't necessarily get it up our nose. I know hippos and other aquatic mammals can close their nostrils, but snakes, I don't think they can do that. It's a good question. I'll have to look it up. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, the snake looks like it's trying to hypnotize something. I think the snake from the Jungle Book is called Kaa, and so Kaa hypnotizes Mowgli. And so this snake looks like it's trying to do a little hypnosis dance. I can hear lots of birds. Can you hear all the birds cheeping and chirping around? I wonder if they can't see this snake, and they're all alarm calling to say, hey, watch out, watch out. Because of course all these little birds will become food for this snake. Sky, 100%. We always warn people to be careful of crocodiles in the water, but no one ever mentioned that there might be giant pythons also in the water, so do be careful. This python, if you were small enough and this python was big enough and you were on the menu, they would try and catch you. There's lots of stories of people being attacked by pythons, when they're not sleeping necessarily, but I heard a story once of a man changing his tire and the snake attacking him and trying to wrap him up, but he managed to fight his way out. But certainly this snake here will catch and kill its prey by constriction. So that means every time the prey struggles or breathes out, the snake will squeeze just a little bit tighter, and there'll be less and less space for the air, and then eventually it will be able to, the prey will suffocate basically, and the snake can then swallow it at its leisure. You can see the water swirling quite a lot there. I wonder where it's going to go. It's on the move. Hasn't gone too far. It's heading towards these sticks and branches. I wonder if it's going to go up into this tree or onto the bank. It's amazing. I had a pet snake once when I was living in the UK, and it was a constrictor as well. It was a corn snake, and its name was Alan. It was a very average name for a snake, I suppose, but I liked it. Anyway, Alan used to love swimming, and he was also very clever, and he managed to get out of the vivarium often. And we had one particular friend who was terrified of this snake, and one day he arrived at the house, and he said, is the snake in the vivarium? Yes, it is. It's hidden away. And then during the night, he obviously needed to go to the loo. Went to the loo, and this is exactly what he saw. As he sat down and switched the light on, sat down on the loo, and he saw this little snake peeking its head out of the toilet bowl. And I tell you what, the scream I heard was something out of a horror movie. I came running in, thinking that there was an axe murderer in our house. But it wasn't. It was just our very friendly little corn snake, having a little chill in the toilet bowl, which my friend did not like very much at all. But that was very cool. We had a second snake called Nagani who was very unfriendly, so that snake didn't get out. We made sure of that. This is so awesome. I could literally sit with a snake all day. I never get to see snakes like this. What do you reckon, Seb?
That's awesome.
First time for you to see a python swimming like this? Yeah, it's awesome. First time for Seb also. I wonder what it's going to do. It must be so hungry. I wonder what its first meal will be. Maybe one of the goose chicks. Well, let's enjoy this while we can.
Interesting. It would be nice to experience python swimming through water. I haven't seen one for quite a while. Our lioness has sort of relaxed a little bit. I can't say it's over because the wildebeest are not very far. There is a dragger there. It's the last of the big herd that was heading out from where they were, in front there. So I don't know if it's gonna be over. This is the behavior, animals sometimes behave. They go drink, then they leave the area. You always think that the lioness would have gone earlier when they were close. And drinking, not knowing she was there. But for some reason, nature has got its own way of doing things, and we have to be patient with that. On that note, maybe we should learn a little bit more of a lion interaction with prey.
Black rhino are well known for their short tempers, while young cats for their curiosity. With every encounter comes an opportunity for young lions to be taught a new lesson. A rhino calf seemed like a feasible meal for these youngsters, even when guarded by its well-armored parents. This was a chance for the lions to work on their stealth, maneuvering through the long grass without being caught out. However, black rhinos' good hearing and keen sense of smell make up for their poor eyesight, and with the change in the wind, the scent of lions set the rhino bull off. Elephants are also not ones for fun and games when lion can be smelt in the grass. Unable to find the well-camouflaged cats, the defensive mothers redirect their annoyance at the substantially smaller but steadfast rhino bull. The bull stood his ground and the mothers finally retreated. An unexpected turn of events for the day's lesson. Considering the commotion, all three families continued on unscathed. The elephants annoyed, the rhino bull admired, and the three young lions hopefully just a little bit wiser.
Well, what a moment that was and how exciting that was. Now, I have been able to almost identify this male, and sooner or later I'll be saying this is one of the triangle boys. I was looking very closely, me and Bungei, on the tail, and we found out it got a half tail. And there are those three males that have been in this particular area that we call the triangle boys. There's this one, there's another one we call Fang. All the flies you see on the face there is just because of the meat that he has been feasting on for breakfast. Now, Bungei will show you from that clip that you just saw. Apparently, we go by coincidence, we're very, very close to where that happened. And as he is panning out, I'll show you particular trees. You see those like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trees. That is the exact location where all that happening was. I think would be last year, but one, and it was quite exciting to see, lions trying to hunt the baby rhino, and of course the mothers coming in to protect that, elephants coming in. But that is the beauty of the African wilderness. That was very close, it's very close from where we are to where that actually interaction happened. Now the females of the Owinos have just moved a little bit away further from where we were, but we're trying to stay with this male close, and he just turned around and we saw the tail, and we have been able to say for 100% for sure this is the half tail of the triangle boys. We're gonna follow the girls and find out again where they are and exactly what they're doing.
Where is it? Can you spot it? Can anyone see it? It looks like just a stick sticking out of the water. It's amazing. This would be the perfect spot for this python to do some ambush hunting. Imagine a bird coming down to the water's edge to have a little drink, knowing there's no crocodiles here, I'm safe. Whack! Snake lightnings itself out of there. It's very close to the edge. There's lots of birds that would normally, we see them often drinking from exactly that place where the snake is. So it's still just having a little bit of a bathe. We're both so excited to see if it comes out. I'd love to see how shiny and clean its body is. And I mean, because the snake's only about maybe just over 2 meters in length, maybe 3 meters at the most, it's quite a young snake. And so the colors are generally much brighter on these younger snakes. I'd love to be able to show you how shiny it is. And you see the tongue is coming out of the mouth really slowly, just once every moment, and that's a good sign. That means that the snake is quite calm and relaxed. If the tongue is coming out the mouth like very rapidly and very frequently, it would mean that the snake is quite stressed out because it's trying to get information. Remember, they don't see very well, but they can smell really, really well. So in order to get the most information of what's around them, what's happening, they'll be flicking their tongue out a lot. It's one of the things we always tell the students, because every now and again in the camps we get the snakes in a tent or in a room, and we have to remove them. And we always tell the students, as we're removing them, we run through what we're doing, and we always tell them, if you see a snake with its tongue flicking out of its mouth, like very, very quickly, maybe give it a moment to calm down before you try and move it out of a tent or something, because it's likely to strike at you if it's stressed out. But if it is more calm and it's relaxed, then it's likely that you'll be able to make a plan to get it out of there without the snake freaking out. So it's good to see. So this calm is very calm, this snake is very relaxed. I would be too if I was having a bit of a swim.
That sounds incredible. We also had an African rock python yesterday, but it wasn't swimming. Now, our little girl, Cara, is very sleepy. She can barely keep her eyes open from all the exhausting activities of bouncing from tree to tree. Now, I don't know if Cara's fully territorial yet. I've never personally seen her conduct any scent marking or territorial behaviour. And although some mammals, like leopards, do advertise their occupancy of a territory through vocalizations like sawing, if most other signals are all done through scent marking. And nearly all mammals actually possess scent glands, and it's basically just patches of skin that are really specialized to produce odor compounds. And with leopards, this will signal to other leopards that there's a territorial female or male in the area. And it'll be interesting to know if Cara is showing those behaviors. I think she may start to practice soon, but I don't think she'll become territorial for a little while yet. And normally they will saw, and the female saw sounds different from the males, and they will produce marking fluid or sebum from modified sebaceous glands. And these are glands that humans do have too. They're basically oil-producing glands that are at the base of a hair shaft, and in leopards, they're found in their cheeks. So they normally nuzzle their cheeks into the vegetation, and it's a form of scent marking. And that's why they do it. They're trying to say, this is mine, everyone. Do not intrude, do not come closer. Beverly, I agree. She is so stunning. Very young looking, you can tell, but she's absolutely gorgeous, and she's just slightly nervous, not great around vehicles, so we've followed her very, very carefully today, given her lots of room, and she's obviously very nervous and anxious that someone's going to come and steal one of her kills, or maybe both. Now, it's fascinating. I think the study was done on leopards, or one of the big cats, and they used chromatography to actually show that the liquid that comes out of the scent glands contains over hundreds of different compounds. That's how complicated these scent markings are. So hopefully our little girl here is going to get some rest and finally recover from all her activities.
Now, in that picture that you're looking at, there is in fact a leopard cub, but being, as they are, masters of disguise, the leopard cub is nigh on impossible to see. So what Theo is going to do is zoom in on where it is, and we'll see if we can see an ear flick. There you go, you would have seen that. classic cub sighting there. Wait for another ear flick and then we'll come back out. There we are. There's Wolfgang. No, it's not his name, I promise. It's just a joke. Taylor, a leopard will leave its mum normally around about a year to 18 months, but it can be as early as 8 months for a female and as late as 2 years normally for a male. So rather like with human beings, the males become independent more slowly than the females, despite the fact that they like to think that isn't the case. I think most men, given half the chance, would stay at home until they're at least 40.
So, we have left that leopard busy sleeping off his meal, and we've come to a watering hole nearby, and we were lucky enough to spot one of the secretive smaller birds of prey in this area, a gabar goshawk. Now it looks like it's just come down to have a drink at the water's edge. You can see it scanning around, and this is very, very special. You don't always get to see them out in the open like this. It's a nice cool day and there's a lot of birds at the water's edge at the moment. So getting to see one just sitting out in the open like this is quite unusual. Now it's off, it's a little puddle away from the rest of the large part of the body of water, and I can see not too far from it there's more birds, like a blacksmith lapwing there, some impalas in the background. You can see the lapwing is busy looking for small things to eat on the water's edge. Now what's interesting about that goshawk is usually it perches within a thick area where it will secretively hunt from, and it preys predominantly on other birds. So this would be the perfect spot to come and hunt little birds. There's lots of doves around at the moment. They've been known to take prey even as large as a crested francolin. Up, and there it goes. We still have the blacksmith lapwing. Doesn't look like it was too phased. And there in the distance we have a couple of hippos. And what an amazing scene. I think most of the animals have already come for their drink and they are just gonna move off to nearby areas to feed for the rest of the morning.
Yes, welcome back. Watching birds is always something. We'll be showing you some also in Mar in the next coming days. But we have moved closer to our male. But sure enough, I have a few things to tell you that this is a male I haven't shown you before. He's got a very nasty wound on his right cheek and a very bad bite on his left limb. I saw him about 5 days ago, maybe about 5 kilometers from here, a place called Marsh near the Governor's. He was feeding on a buffalo carcass that was very smelly. Of course, I was doing a recce, I wasn't on air. And he has walked a very long way. This area is where I saw the owinos yesterday, and the male, if you remember, had a black mane extending all the way, almost halfway his back. This guy, you can tell he's aged. I would say he's even older than the one yesterday. I would give him a good maybe 11 years. and his mane is a little bit scruffy. It's falling off. It doesn't extend, very much back like the other one, but he's in the same area, so he could be in a collision with the other one. And if that is the case, it means they have a very, very huge territory. These are the Owinos territory. The ones I saw were Owinos. The females I showed you, like the one who was talking, was one of the Owinos, but I didn't recognize this guy. Now that I've picked up who he is by looking at the mane and the wound, I know he's in the collision with the other one, because if he wasn't, he would be very uncomfortable being in the case that he is in. He's got a injury, he cannot fight for himself, so he would be in great danger. And let's see if we can see that wound there. Look at that wound. Okay, he seems to be facing away from me. I'm hoping he's gonna turn so I can show you. It's really, really bad. Yeah, he's turning away. I hope he's gonna turn back. I'm gonna wait for him to turn back. Hopefully, we can show you before the end of the show.
Still not much going on here. We're still hoping that there's little cubs moving. It's looking at the hyena that's been still scrabbling about at the bottom of the tree. There he is. Can you see him there? Oh, look. He just needs to move 3 inches to his left or in front of him. Oh, he's so sweet. Isn't that lovely? Now there's a kill in this tree, and so we will in all likelihood, be able to see him at least once again in this position with his mum. Just in the background you can hear the hoopoe calling. Very peaceful mid-morning. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
You will not believe it, everyone. Our little hukudulu, Kara, is stalking warthog. It's a mother, I think, and 2 young. They're walking directly towards her. They have no idea that there's a leopard watching them. I don't know if she would go for it. She has 2 kills. They're walking directly towards her. She's alert. She's not very visible for us right now. I wonder if she'll try this. A piglet would be nothing for a leopard. But the mother is there, and that could be very dangerous for a petite girl like Kara. She's watching them so closely. But remember, for a leopard, she's got to wait until they get to the right distance. And that's normally around 5 to 10 meters. 15 to 30 feet. They won't launch for nothing. You would think she would be full. Now, we don't have great views of her, I'm afraid, but I don't want to start the car. She's I would say there's maybe 20 meters now, 60 feet between this warthog and Kara. And they just have no idea. I wonder if anything will happen. It might not. She might just be alert and watching. She's very curious, very inquisitive. Because, of course, we are reaching that time of day after a 4-hour incredible safari. Now, they're actually on the termite mound that she was on earlier. She's watching them from another termite mound. But I know it's not the best views, but I can't afford to interrupt here. Don't want to turn my engine and move forward. So we'll give you some last views of Cara and see what she's doing. It's hard to tell. She's definitely up watching them. She's not lying snoozing, that's for sure. But is she going to launch? I'm really not sure. Most likely not. So it has came to that time, everyone, after an incredible safari where we must say goodbye. She is moving. I'll keep an eye on her, but please do join us this afternoon. Goodbye for now.